Chapter 4489. Xin Yuanxin already knew that Shen Xiang had become Yi Tianchu's slave. Fortunately, Shen Xiang was not in any danger, so she was relieved. The next step was to rescue Shen Xiang. After Shen Xiang left, the Golden Wolf King looked at the sky. He was still very emotional and very sad. From the Golden Wolf King's point of view, Shen Xiang becoming a slave was more humiliating than death. At the very least, as the leader of the Tianwu Beastmen, he could not accept this. After Shen Xiang left, the Golden Wolf King suddenly saw something floating in the air. He grabbed it and saw that it was a message charm. Previously in front of Yi Tianshu, Shen Xiang could not give it to the Golden Wolf King. This was because he could see that Yi Tianshu did not want Shen Xiang to have any contact with these people. The Golden Wolf King looked at it carefully. Although he did not know what a message charm was, he had lived for a long time. He quickly understood that this was an item that could be used to send messages over long distances. "Brother Shen, are you there?" The Golden Wolf King tried to contact Shen Xiang. "Brother Golden Wolf, this is my message. I can't contact you in real time for now. When it is convenient for me, I will contact you again. Do you still remember? I asked you before to help me find an old granny of the Tianwu Beastmen race who knows how to refine pills. Help me find this old granny and control her. I will contact you when the time comes. Brother Shen, don't worry. I will take care of this." The Golden Wolf King immediately left to find the old granny. The reason Shen Xiang was concerned about this matter was that the old granny was related to the White Lotus. Shen Xiang was now sitting on Yi Tianshu's flying divine artifact. Yi Tianshu's flying divine artifact was very special. It looked like a crystal fish. It was very comfortable to sit inside, and one could see everything outside. More importantly, the crystal flying fish ship was also very fast. They were now flying in deep space, far away from Saint Qian planet. Shen Xiang sat in the crystal flying fish ship and looked at the stars in the sky. He was deep in thought. He did not know what to do next. He could only take one step at a time. Yi Tianshu stared ahead because the supreme altar was in that direction. "What is the use of the supreme altar?" Shen Xiang asked. "The supreme altar has two uses. It can open a door that connects to the cosmos God Sea." Yi Tianshu said, "The second function is to perform a sacrifice and obtain power from the cosmos God Sea." "Open a door? Is it to open a spatial tunnel?" Shen Xiang asked. "How much energy does that require?" "It is not a space tunnel," Yi Tianshu said. "It is a door. All the universes are floating within the universe God Sea, and there isn't any so-called space barrier. I don't quite understand. Then why can't we sense the existence of the cosmos God Sea?" Shen Xiang was very puzzled. Then he looked at the starry sky and continued, "As for the matter of the cosmos God Sea, I only heard about it recently. Your cosmos is floating above the cosmos God Sea. It was like a ship, but this ship was sealed. The supreme altar can open a door from the inside of this ship," Yi Tianshu said. "Then how did you get here?" Shen Xiang asked. "And what's up with those altars?" "Of course, we used the method of teleportation to get here. Opening a space tunnel from the cosmos God Sea requires a lot of energy. The space tunnel is also very unstable. Using the space tunnel to get here, we suffered a lot of damage. When I came here from the cosmos God Sea, I lost at least 70 to 80% of my power. Back then, we sent people here to let Tianwu Human and Tianwu Beastman build the altar and refine it before fusing it together," Yi Tianshu said. "You lost 70 to 80% of your power? What do you mean?" Shen Xiang raised his eyebrows. He felt that he had underestimated Yi Tianshu's power. "If my power is 100, then I only have a little more than 10 left. The rest of my power was lost when I came in through the space tunnel," Yi Tianshu said. "I will need some time to fully recover. Sister Master, what is your power level in the cosmos God Sea?" Shen Xiang now had a rough understanding of Yi Tianchu's power. Middle class, Yi Tianchu said, I was sent here to carry out a mission. Generally speaking, people who do this kind of work don't have a high status. Your status in the heavenly sect isn't high? Shan Xiang had previously felt that Yi Tianchu had the aura of someone in a superior position. My status used to be high. However, I failed in my struggle, Yi Tianchu said. As the loser, I gave up a large portion of my power, and my status dropped to mid-class. Chapter 4490. Yi Tianchu only wanted to send a message back. She did not want to risk her life, as it was not worth it for her. She was defeated in the battle and ended up like this. Although she didn't complain, she definitely felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Shan Xiang pondered Yi Tianchu's thoughts, thinking that she wanted to use him to study something. Although he had become Yi Tianchu's servant, she was still very friendly to him. Clearly, she had other motives. Yi Tianchu sat on the crystal flying fish ship, not saying a word. Her eyes were glowing blue, as if she was about to go all out. Shen Xiang was a little scared. Sister Master, I am very weak. If you want to fight, you have to take care of me. Shen Xiang said suddenly. Yi Tianchu was rushing over now, facing many enemies. Many of them were from the Cosmos God Sea. He did not know how strong they were. Don't worry. These guys are all trash. I can deal with them. I was once ranked 7th in the heavenly sect. Yi Tianchu said. At this time, the people at the Supreme Altar also noticed Yi Tianchu's crystal flying fish ship. She did not hide anything and just flew over. Her aura was very strong, so it was hard not to notice her. Shen Xiang cursed in his heart. It was very dangerous for her to be so high profile. Suddenly, Yi Tianchu's body emitted a strange blue light. The entire crystal flying fish ship was instantly dyed blue. What was shocking was that after the crystal flying fish ship was dyed blue, it suddenly grew flesh and bones. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a big blue fish. It seemed to have a pair of wings, and its aura was very frightening. Then the crystal flying fish ship rushed toward the Supreme Altar. For some reason, the Supreme Altar started to shake. Layers of ripples appeared, and the space around it shook violently. Shen Xiang knew that Yi Tianchu was using this method to send a message to the Cosmos God Sea. Yi Tianchu was very fast. After she sent the message, she immediately flew away. She did not plan to stay and fight. Shen Xiang felt that it was a pity. He could see that Yi Tianchu was not afraid of those people. He had underestimated her power. Yi Tianchu flew over calmly. Those people could not do anything to her. If they really started fighting, she would be able to handle them with ease. Yi Tianchu quickly distanced herself from the supreme sacrificial altar. The crystal flying fish ship also started to vibrate. It gradually disappeared into deep space. Master, why don't you fight them? Shen Xiang asked in a low voice. Because you are here. That's why I'm worried about fighting them. I have to take care of you. Yi Tianchu glanced at Shen Xiang and then closed her eyes. No one knew if she was resting or not. Besides, there is no need. They are just a bunch of small fries. They are not worth my time. Really? I feel that they are quite strong. Shen Xiang also saw that there were people from the Life Soul 6 races in that group of people. If he could borrow Yi Tianchu's hand to get rid of them, that would be pretty good. It was a pity that Yi Tianchu was too lazy to make a move. Although you have the ability, your ability is not stable. It's not your own power. Yi Tianchu suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Shen Xiang. Her sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Shen Xiang's soul. Shen Xiang's ability to move the supreme sacrificial altar had shocked Yi Tianchu. However, she now knew that Shen Xiang did not have that kind of power. He had borrowed an external force. It was very likely that he had borrowed the power of the world-defying universe. A person who could borrow the power of the world-define universe. This made Tianshu very interested. After all, it was very difficult to meet such a person. Master, where are we going now? Shan Xiang looked around and then looked in a direction. That was where the Saint Xian planet was. He was getting further and further away from the Saint Xian planet. The Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. Tianshu said. Shin Xiang was shocked. Why was Tianshu going to the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate? She had actually heard of the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. What is going on with the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate? Why are so many people rushing to the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate? Shin Xiang asked. Is the supreme sacrificial altar big in your eyes? Is it strong? Tianshu asked. Very big and very strong. Shin Xiang nodded. It's like a huge continent. But what does this have to do with the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate? Chapter 4491. Tian Du, Sword King, thought about it and felt that there was nothing strange about Shin Xiang being nearby. After all, the Saint Xian planet had not been destroyed and the supreme altar had been taken out of the Saint Xian planet. This had shocked him and Tian Yuan. I should be on my way to the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Wilderness. Sword King, ask your master if he has heard of the Heavenly sect. Tian Du, Sword King, did not reply to Shin Xiang. Shen Xiang secretly called out to him a few more times, but he did not get a response. He did not know why. As Shen Xiang secretly used the message talisman, he looked at Tianshu again. She did not notice him and was still resting with her eyes closed. Tianshu's face was oval. It was not particularly beautiful, but her facial features were well defined. She had a special temperament and was very pleasing to the eye. If one looked at her a few more times, they would find her pleasing to the eye. It was very comfortable to look at. Therefore, when Shin Xiang looked at Tianshu, he could not help but stare. He had seen Tianshu's figure before, and it was absolutely explosive and perfect. Of course, a person with a bit of strength could easily mold their body to perfection. However, Tianshu's figure and her face fit perfectly. Therefore, even if she did not have a beautiful face, she was still very attractive, especially after spending some time with her. Although Tianshu's eyes were closed, she knew that Shin Xiang was staring at her. If it were any other woman, if someone stared at her like this, they would more or less think that he was coveting her beauty. However, Tianshu did not have such thoughts. She was someone who could casually strip in front of Shin Xiang. Shin Xiang also knew that Tianshu's life form was different from the humans of the world-define universe. She probably did not have lust. She probably did not reproduce through the union of men and women. What are you looking at? Tianshu asked. She was just curious and did not think that Shan Xiang was being rude by staring at her. Big Sister Master, do you know what beauty is? Shen Xiang was suddenly curious. Do you think you are beautiful? Tianshu was silent for a while. Then she opened her eyes and looked at her fists. She said, Strength is beauty. Ah. Shen Xiang was very surprised that Tianshu had actually replied in such a manner. Isn't that the case? Tianshu retorted. If I am stronger than you, you will find me beautiful. If you dare to say that I am not beautiful, then I will use my power to teach you how to distinguish between beauty and ugliness. Shin Xiang laughed awkwardly. He also felt that Tianshu's words made sense and were very realistic. Strength is everything. Beauty and ugliness are nothing. Tianshu snorted. You're strong, so whatever you say is right. Shin Xiang spread out his hands and asked, Then do you think I'm good-looking? Tianshu also looked at Shin Xiang's handsome face seriously. She even touched his face and said, Your face is very strange. How is it strange? Shin Xiang asked. It's a pity that I have been cursed. I don't know how to grow up. If you see me grow up, you will definitely have a different opinion. Your face, or rather, the shape of your face, the shape of your ears, nose, throat, and mouth will create a vision that will disturb a person's soul. Yi Tianshu pinched Xinxiang's chin and looked at it carefully. Then she said, "Strange, very strange." "Really? Why don't I feel anything? Is the shape of my face really that strange?" Xinxiang was very surprised. "I don't know what's going on." Yi Tianshu said, "You said that you have been cursed. What's going on?" Xinxiang then explained his situation to Yi Tianshu, such as the forgetting fate curse. After Yi Tianshu heard this, she frowned and said, "That sounds familiar. Isn't that the Supreme Nine Palaces evil technique?" What is the Supreme Nine Palaces?" Xinxiang quickly asked. "There is a sect in the cosmos god, see, called the Supreme Nine Palaces," Yi Tianshu said. "The evil technique they have is very strange. Someone from the Yi Tianshu sect has been hit by it before. We are helpless against it. Can I still be saved?" Xinxiang immediately thought that the Supreme Nine Palaces might be related to the 6 races of the life spirit. Back then, the 6 races of the life spirit had 9 races of the life spirit. One of them was the 9 Souls Palace. It sounded like there was a connection. "Let me see." Yi Tianshu pressed her hand on Xinxiang's head and instantly entered Xinxiang's soul. Yi Tianshu quickly finished her investigation and shook her head. "It is indeed the Supreme Nine Palaces evil technique. I can't do anything about it. This evil technique did not cause you any harm. You don't have to worry for now." Chapter 4493. Yi Tianshu knew that Xinxiang had something powerful in his hands, but she did not ask. After all, it was Xinxiang's life-saving item. Furthermore, it had a deep connection with Xinxiang. In her hands, it was useless. However, she did not know that Xinxiang's divine mirror of 6 paths had a very powerful 6 paths life soul. Little Mirror had a 6 paths life soul and had self-awareness. If she had known, she would not have left it in Xinxiang's hands. Xinxiang and Little Mirror discussed how to escape Yi Tianshu's clutches. However, after a long discussion, they still could not come up with a good plan. It was mainly because Xinxiang had not completely figured out Yi Tianshu's strange method, especially since she could enter his very important 2nd layer soul sea. She could even enter the divine mirror of 6 realms and cut off the connection between Xinxiang and the divine mirror of 6 realms. If he could figure it out and block it, Xinxiang would have a high chance of escaping Yi Tianshu. However, even if he could block Yi Tianshu's technique, he still had to break the contract that Yi Tianshu had left in the depths of his soul. "Xinxiang, we are almost at the entrance to the Tianmu Sacred Desolate." Yi Tianshu had already stood up as she looked in a certain direction. In the direction she was looking, there was a spiral of light. It looked like a white whirlpool. The center of the whirlpool was emitting a strong golden light. It was like a golden ball of light was constantly spinning and shooting out beams of light. "This is the Tianmu Sacred Desolate," Xinxiang said in shock. "It's just the entrance to the Tianmu Sacred Desolate." Yi Tianshu said, "I don't know what will happen when we enter." "It shouldn't be difficult to enter, right?" Xinxiang saw that Yi Tianshu looked like she was facing a great enemy and suddenly became nervous. He immediately used the messaging talisman to contact Tian Wu, Sword King, and ask Tian Yuan. However, he did not receive a response. They had most likely entered the Tianmu Sacred Desolate. "I have to speed up." Yi Tianshu looked around and said, "Before anyone else." Xinxiang now understood that the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland was inside a special space. Previously, he thought that it was floating in the sacred domain of the world-defying stage universe. "Is it really dangerous?" Xinxiang asked. Then he secretly told little sister Xiao Jing that there might be other situations later on, and told her to act according to the situation. "It won't be that easy to get in." 2 white pearls appeared in Heavenly Shu's hands. She said, "If the legends are true, then the Heavenly Mother Sacred Wilderness must have gathered many cosmos, God, sea great beings. It must be very dangerous inside. Why don't we not go in first? Shen Xiang also took out the 6 realms mirrors. Although the 6 realms God mirror had become very small and was being held in Shen Xiang's palm, it was still discovered by Yi Tianshu. Yi Tianshu glanced at the mirror in Shen Xiang's hand, but she did not ask anything. Instead, she said, "If something unexpected happens and I cannot take care of you, then you have to take care of yourself." "Yes." Shen Xiang nodded. At this time, Yi Tianshu's crystal flying fish ship also approached the huge spiral entrance. When they got closer, they realized that this thing was very huge, especially the golden circular ball of light in the middle. It was like a huge star, and the spiral fog outside was released by this golden circular ball. The fog of light followed this thing as it spun, forming a huge spiral disc. The spiral arm also grew longer and longer. When they got closer, Shen Xiang realized why Yi Tianshu was so cautious. It was because this thing was emitting a very terrifying aura of destruction. The energy emitted was so strong that it seemed like it would destroy anything that came into contact with it. "We are preparing to go in. Are you ready?" Yi Tianshu asked. "Okay, let's go in." Shen Xiang nodded. At this time, the crystal flying fish ship released a blue light that transformed into a huge blue fish. It flapped its wings and rushed towards the golden star at an even faster speed. When Shen Xiang got closer, he was sure that it was a strange star that was shrouded in a golden energy fog. After passing through the thick layer of energy fog, they entered a pitch-black area. Then there was a very violent and chaotic space ripple. This is a star that has turned into a hole. It is also a passage. You can enter a place where time and space are very chaotic. Yi Tianshu said in a low voice, as expected of the legendary Holy Mother Desolate. Shen Xiang remembered that Yi Tianshu had said that this Holy Mother Desolate used to be a very huge altar. It was many times bigger than the Supreme Altar. Chapter 44-94. Shen Xiang heavily fell to the ground. Fortunately, the 6 realms mirrors protected him in time, so he did not suffer any more serious injuries. The crystal flying fish ship had already shattered, and Shen Xiang could even feel waves of fragments crashing towards him. If not for the protection of the 6 realms mirrors, those fragments would have directly pierced through Shen Xiang's body. Shen Xiang's consciousness recovered very quickly. Other than the pain on his body, he was not injured in any other way. He slowly stood up and looked around for Yi Tianshu. Yi Tianshu was not nearby, but he could sense the sounds of an intense battle in the distance. She must have used her strength just now, so I was also thrown far away. Shen Xiang immediately realized that after they entered, they had been attacked. Furthermore, the other party was very strong. I have a contract with her. It's better for me to follow her closely. Shen Xiang was also helpless. Of course, he wanted to leave and explore the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland by himself. However, he was not at ease with Yi Tianshu. Yi Tianshu had left a contract in the depths of his soul, and it had a strong binding effect on him. Shen Xiang was worried that after Yi Tianshu was killed, it would affect him, so he had to take care of Yi Tianshu and not let her die. He walked towards the direction of the commotion, holding the 6 realms mirrors in his hand, telling little sister Xiao Jing to keep an eye on her surroundings. At this time, he realized that the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland was still somewhat strange. He could not see the sun here, but the sky was extremely bright. Shen Xiang was more familiar with the surrounding plants, but those plants were even tougher. If he did not use a sharp knife, he would not be able to cut them easily. He stepped on the ground twice and discovered that the ground was extremely sturdy. Even if he used a powerful force, he would not be able to create a pit. This place is quite powerful. Shen Xiang tried. He could fly, and there were no restrictions on flying here. After he became invisible, he immediately floated in the air. However, he realized that he could not fly very quickly. The air here gave him a lot of resistance. If he increased his speed, he would have to face a very heavy resistance to fly forward. Moreover, when his body rubbed against the air, it would produce a very violent energy reaction. Is it because the energy here is stronger? Shen Xiang felt that it was inconceivable, and then switched to using the 6 realms mirrors. However, the 6 realms mirrors could fly at high speeds, but the consumption was not small. There was not much energy stored in the 6 realms mirrors, and in this place the 6 realms mirrors could not be replenished. So Shen Xiang had to use it sparingly. Previously, with Shen Yuanxin transporting the energy from the universe elemental heart, Shen Xiang didn't have to worry about the problem of consumption. However, he now had to carefully plan. Shen Xiang could only run on the ground to save more energy. The trees in this Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland are not very big. They're not even as big as the Scarlet Dragon Island. Shen Xiang looked at the surrounding trees. They were all dozens of zhang tall. The trees on the Crimson Dragon Island were all over 100 zhang tall. Shen Xiang was a little curious, so he used his knife to cut it a few times, but he couldn't cut it. Shen Xiang was immediately shocked. It had to be known that Shen Xiang's 6 realms cultivation was not low, and the weapon he used was also the Green Dragon Demon Slayer. Yet he was unable to cut down a tree. I came to the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland. How did I become a dish? I can't accept this fact. Shen Xiang suddenly regretted coming in, because this space was an existence that far surpassed the sacred domain, and was even far above the divine domain. Suddenly, a sound came from the front. Shen Xiang immediately jumped onto the tree, only to see a black thing surging over from the ground. When Shen Xiang saw clearly what it was, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was actually many giant ants, each of them as big as a wolf. So big. Shen Xiang had seen many big ants, and he had seen many times bigger than this. The reason why he was shocked was because these ants were all very strong. The ants had very thick and sturdy armor on their bodies. Shen Xiang believed that he would not be able to kill an ant with a single slash. Chapter 4495. Shen Xiang had a life law beads. This thing could rewrite the laws of life. However, he was not sure if he could succeed or not. Sister Jing, do you want to give it a try? Shen Xiang said, I'm just afraid that this guy will bite me back. I can't beat these things. I can give it a try. Little sister Xiaojing said, although this group of ants have not transformed into humans, they still have intelligence. If you can really help this queen extend her lifespan, then she should be very clear that only you can maintain her lifespan. All right, let's give it a try. Shen Xiang jumped onto a big tree, and below him was the head of the ant queen. He used the 6 realms mirrors to activate the life law beads inside, and then infused his own destiny Dao Yuanli. Life elemental energy could change one's life. So Shen Xiang could only try it out according to his own thoughts. There were already 6 life spirits inside the 6 realms mirrors, so when used together with Shen Xiang, the effect would be even better. The mirrors shot out a strong beam of light that shone on the queen's head. Originally, the queen was about to dim down and was about to run out of energy. However, after Shen Xiang used the 6 realms mirrors to illuminate it, the light on its body gradually brightened up. At this time, all the ants looked at Shen Xiang. Even the queen ant was staring at Shen Xiang with a pair of strange eyes, causing Shen Xiang to feel a little scared. What surprised Shen Xiang was that after he used the 6 realms mirrors to illuminate it, the golden light on the queen ant's body became even stronger than before. Shen Xiang's life elemental energy was also almost exhausted, so he immediately stopped. It's a success. I can actually help living beings extend their lives. Shen Xiang never thought that he would actually grasp this kind of power of the ancient code. Big brother, you will become more and more proficient in using the laws of this universe. Little sister Xiaojing laughed. Shen Xiang was a little afraid. He immediately jumped on the tree to leave. He couldn't stand the group of ants staring at him. However, Just as he jumped a few times, several smaller ants flapped their wings and flew over, surrounding him. "Human friend, please wait." This was the voice of the queen ant. It sounded very old, like the voice of an old granny. This was a divine sense sound transmission. Shen Xiang could hear it very clearly and could also feel the other party's excitement. "Granny, did I just extend your lifespan? You can't bite the hand that feeds you." Shen Xiang responded immediately. "Little brother, if it weren't for your help, I would have long been a lamp without oil." The old ant queen's voice was very excited. "I'm very grateful to you, little brother, so I want to get to know you." After some thought, Shen Xiang decided to stay and chat with the old ant queen. "My name is Shen Xiang." Shen Xiang said, "How should I address you, Granny?" "You can just call me Granny Ant." "Little brother Shen, the power you used just now, was it the power of law?" Granny Ant sighed and said, "You're so powerful, you can actually use this kind of power." "I'm not too sure what kind of power it is. In short, I was just casually trying it out. I didn't expect it to succeed." Shen Xiang laughed and said, "Granny Ant, you should be able to live for many more years. Because of little brother Shen's help just now, I can probably live for another 500 years. Granny Ant laughed and said, 500 years. Although it's very short for me, I'm satisfied. When the time comes, I'll help you extend your lifespan." Shen Xiang said, "I don't have enough elemental energy right now, so I can't continue. Furthermore, I have urgent matters to attend to. Otherwise, I'll help you continue for another few hundred years." "Little brother Shen, you are truly a warm-hearted human. In this place, humans are all shouting and shouting to kill us. I've never met such a kind-hearted human like you." Granny Ant was even more excited. "Is that so? What are the humans here like? Are they very strong? Can you beat them?" Shen Xiang also used the mind's eye and saw that this group of ants were all relatively gentle. That was why he was able to relax and chat. "If there are too many of them, of course we won't be able to beat them. If there are few of them, then there won't be a problem." Granny Ant said, "But we can't start a war with humans, especially us ants. If we start a war with them, we will be killed." "Oh, right, Granny Ant, in your eyes, am I considered a powerful human?" Shen Xiang planned to understand what level his strength was at in the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland. "How should I put it? Come and punch me in the head. Let me judge." Granny Ant said. Chapter 4496. When Shen Xiang heard Granny Ant's words, he suddenly felt a very familiar feeling. He immediately thought of the Heavenly Nightmare Universe, which seemed to be treating the world-defying stage universe as a refuge, because the Heavenly Nightmare Universe was also going to be finished. That Cosmos God Sea in Shen Xiang's eyes was very awesome. Especially during this period of time, various experts were all related to the Cosmos God Sea, and even created something like the Supreme Altar. However, Granny Ant was now saying that the Cosmos God Sea was about to be destroyed. Shen Xiang was no longer in a hurry. He stopped and asked the Ant Granny in the 6 realms mirrors, "Universe Divine Sense Sea is finished? Then, wouldn't the world-defying stage universe be finished as well? I've heard that many universes are above the Universe God Sea." The Universe God Sea indeed contains all the universes. However, the world-defying stage universe is different. Grandmother Ant said, "The world-defying stage universe is a universe that suddenly appeared." Wait, I don't really understand. Even if the world-defying stage universe is a universe that suddenly appeared, it is still within the Divine Sense Sea. Shen Xiang said, "This is equivalent to being on the same boat. If the Universe Divine Sense Sea is finished, the world-defying stage universe should also suffer, right? The relationship between the Universe God Sea and the various universes isn't what you think." Granny Ant laughed. "Let's put it this way. There is no umbilical cord between the world-defying stage universe and the Universe Divine Sense Sea." Umbilical cord? Shen Xiang was surprised. Between the Universe God Sea and the various universes, There is something like an umbilical cord that connects the various universes to the universe God see. Grandmother Ant said, "The various universes are like fetuses. The cosmos God see is equivalent to the mother body. Thus, if the cosmos God see is destroyed, the other cosmoses will suffer as well. Then, where is world-defying stage universe, located in the universe divine sense see?" Xinxiang asked. "I don't know. Anyway, those experts in the cosmos God see use this analogy because of the uniqueness of the world-defying stage universe. Even if the universe divine sense see is gone, the world-defying stage universe will still be fine." Grandmother Ant said. All right. Shanxiang still didn't completely understand. He only knew that the appearance of the world-defying stage universe was very coincidental. They have been searching for a way to control the world-defying stage universe, but they have never found it. The Ant Grandma said, in their opinion, the world-defying universe is still a very low-level universe. They want to control this universe and then become the supreme ruler. In their dreams. Xinxiang snorted. Yes, they are too naive. How could such a strange universe be so easily dominated by them? Grandmother Ant said, if this universe falls into their hands, everyone will not have a good life. Are they all bad? Xinxiang asked. They will fight for benefits. Grandma Ant said, little brother Xin, if you want to hurry, then hurry up and go. There's an intense battle going on over there. Be careful when you go over. Yes. Shanxiang continued on his way. He now knew why this heavenly mother, holy wasteland existed, but he still had many doubts. For example, why did the heavenly mother soul race think that this was their only holy land? He even said that men were not allowed to enter. Grandma Ant thought that Shenxiang's speed was too slow, so she released a winged flying ant for Xinxiang to ride. He quickly flew through the forest and increased his speed. Not long after, Xinxiang approached the battlefield. Sure enough, it was Yi Tianshu fighting. Xinxiang had previously wondered if Yi Tianshu was fighting with a powerful beast. Now that he was closer, he was sure that she was fighting with a human, and there were two of them. Yi Tianshu was already covered in wounds. When Xinxiang arrived, he almost could not recognize her. Her face was covered in bloody scars. One of her eyes had been pierced through, and where her heart was, there was a bull-sized hole. She originally had a pair of very long legs, but now she was missing one. The other long legs were also covered in blood. Furthermore, her calf had no flesh and blood, only bones remained. The two people fighting with Yi Tianshu were tall and sturdy men. Although they were also injured, they did not look too serious. Are you really from the heavenly Yi sect? You are too weak. One of the men stopped attacking and grabbed Yi Tianshu's neck. The other man took a deep breath and said, what a pity! If you had obediently followed us, you would not have ended up like this. You would have lived a happy life as our slave. Ha ha ha. Heaven illuminating sect. If you have the guts, kill me. Yi Tianshu spat. Even at this stage, she was still very unyielding. She sneered, your cultivation is much higher than mine, but you are only at this level. If my cultivation was higher, even if I did not have the same cultivation as you, I would still be able to kill you. Shenxiang could not see the cultivation of Yi Tianshu and the two men. However, he believed that since they had come to the world-defying stage universe, their cultivation should have followed the 6 paths cultivation law. Grandma Ant, I need your help. Shenxiang hid in the forest and used the 6 paths divine mirror to secretly point at the two people so that Grandma Ant could see clearly. Grandma Ant could control the entire ant colony. The other ants in the colony shared a part of her soul with her. As for the souls of the entire ant colony, it was equivalent to the soul of the ant grandmother. Chapter 4500. The Heavenly Go Bell? When Shanxiang heard this, he was suddenly very interested. After all, that was the Heavenly Go sect's most valuable treasure. Of course, he was only interested. He did not really want to obtain it. All right, let's fly over now. Xiang could now control this flying ant. All he had to do was place his hand on the flying ant's head, and the flying ant would fly according to his thoughts. The black wood flying ant was very fast. Originally, when flying at high speeds, it would encounter strong resistance. However, the black wood flying ant had a special technique to deal with resistance. Therefore, even when flying at high speeds, Xiang and Tianshu did not feel any discomfort from the resistance. Tianshu knew that Xiang was very capable. However, she did not expect that Xiang would still be so successful in a place like the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. One had to know that Tianshu was originally from the Cosmos Divine Sea. Furthermore, she should know this place better than Xiang. However, Xiang was now like a fish in water. In a short time, he had mastered a very convenient and fast method of movement. One had to know that even people like Tianshu would consume a lot of energy to fly in such an environment. The flying ant's focus was flight. Therefore, it was not particularly strong in other aspects. However, it could provide the Blackwood ant race with a very wide scouting range. Sister Master, if you find that Heavenly Go sect, how do you think they will treat you? Xiang suddenly said worriedly, "After all, they do not know you. Furthermore, you should be very distant from them. They are the Heavenly Go sect from many years ago, and you are the current one. As long as I have the Heavenly Go bloodline in my body, they will not reject me." Tianshu said, "The Heavenly Go sect values the Heavenly Go bloodline very much. How much do they value it? If so, why are you the only one left with the Heavenly Go bloodline in the Heavenly Go sect? Furthermore, you were taken down." Xiang said with a twitch of his mouth, "That was after the Heavenly Go sect era. Actually, I used to find it very strange. Why are there fewer and fewer people with the Heavenly Go bloodline? Now I finally understand. Most of them have come to this place." Tianshu said, "What about you? Weren't you left behind in the Cosmos God Sea?" Xiang was still more worried about Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolates, Heavenly Sect. "I was born with the Heavenly Go bloodline," Tianshu said. "I am considered a rare type. I was worried that the Heavenly Go sect here would not recognize you and might even harm you." Xiang scratched his head and smiled. "That is why I asked a few questions. Big Sister Master, please don't take offense. I can understand your concern. If you also had the Heavenly Go bloodline, you wouldn't have this worry." Tianshu looked in the direction they were flying and said, "That is because we are very united. When I heard the Heavenly Go bell ring, I felt a call to action. I have never felt so excited before." "All right," Xiang nodded. "Don't worry. They won't harm you." Tianshu knew what Xiang was worried about. Xiang took out the Divine Mirror of Six Paths and then secretly used the Divine Mirror of Six Paths to try to stimulate the communication symbol to try to contact the people who entered here. He believed that there was a high chance of success because after entering the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate, everyone was in the same space, and the spatial laws here followed the world-defying universe. Xiang had the spatial origin bead in his hands. Furthermore, the spatial origin bead had fused with Little Mirror's Six Paths Life Soul, which was equivalent to grasping the spatial laws of the world-defying universe. Sure enough, not long after, Xiang contacted an acquaintance, the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace. Xiang sent many messages to the communication talisman, but after a while, only the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace replied. Bai Jinjin, Xiang, Long Shuai, and Shuang had all gone to the Heavenly Mother Palace. They all had the communication talisman to contact Xiang, but he was unable to contact them. "Young Master Shen, you are also in the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate? How did you get in?" The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace was extremely shocked. "Are the women of the 100 Flowers world with you?" Xiang asked anxiously. "Yes and no. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace also immediately answered Xinxiang's question. They left the Heavenly Mother Palace for a period of time. I don't know what they went to do. At that time, it was mainly Lu Meng'er, Xiao Xianglin, and the others who decided to leave. And then Xinxiang asked. Later on, we met again and entered the Heavenly Mother, sacred, desolate, together. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace said, right now, they are not with our Heavenly Mother Palace. After they entered the Heavenly Mother, sacred, desolate, they seemed to have received some sort of commission and had a clear goal. Didn't they say where they were going? Xinxiang asked. Oh, right. Didn't they promise you that they would help your Heavenly Mother spirit race search for some Heavenly Mother life soul? Yes. Meng'er said that they knew where the Heavenly Mother life soul was, and then they went to look for it. In short, I can't contact them. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace said, our Heavenly Mother Palace is currently in our Heavenly Mother spirit race's sacred land. Chapter 45:01. Xinxiang now has a general understanding of the situation in the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland. He also knows that Xiao Xianglin, Lu Meng'er, and the others are not with the Heavenly Mother spirit race right now. They led the women of the 100 Flowers world to roam the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland, which more or less made Xinxiang worried. Especially now, the situation in the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland is very complicated. There are also many ancient and powerful forces. Once they are targeted, it will be very dangerous. Big Sister Mistress, you and I used to know each other. I still haven't remembered, can't you tell me? Xinxiang suddenly thought of this matter, and his heart began to itch again. Young Master Xin, did you enter the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland by yourself? Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress quickly changed the topic. No, Xinxiang said. I was brought in by someone else. Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress did not say who she used to be, and Xinxiang did not continue to ask. Maybe she really has some difficulties, so she did not say anything. If it was before, it would have been relatively easy to enter the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland. But recently, it has been very difficult to enter. The person who can bring you to meet must be very strong. Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said, "All right, you must be careful of the people from the Heaven Illuminating sect. Those people are very rude and unreasonable." Big Sister Mistress, is the place you are at close to the E-Heavenly sect? Xinxiang asked. Is there a spatial transmission array here? Are you going to the E-Heavenly sect now? I am not far from the E-Heavenly sect, but I am not too close either. We should still have a chance to meet. Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said, I heard from some seniors of the Supreme Nine Palaces that they would have to communicate with the Heavenly sect from time to time. Then there should be a chance. Xinxiang believes that if he follows Yi Tianshu, he will definitely stay in the E-Heavenly sect for a period of time. Why do you want to go to the E-Heavenly sect? The expert who brought you here is from the E-Heavenly sect. But why is their little brother, Yi Tianzi, outside? Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress suddenly felt that it was very strange. Why would someone from the E-Heavenly sect bring Xinxiang in from the outside? Because according to her understanding, if one wanted to enter the E-Heavenly sect, they had to be little brother. That expert is indeed Brother E. I am still not sure if I can follow her into the E-Heavenly sect, Xinxiang said, because she came from somewhere else. This is her first time in the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. If you have the Heavenly Go bloodline in your body, then there won't be a problem. Tianmu Palace Mistress said, Young Master Xin, there is an urgent matter in the clan. We will talk about it next time. All right. Xinxiang put away the communication amulet. Beside him, Yi Tianshu looked ahead with a determined gaze. At the same time, Xinxiang heard a very low bell ringing from afar. Yi Tianshu's wounds hadn't healed yet. Her body was still broken, but her mental state was very good. Her soul gave off a lot of pressure. When we reach the Heavenly East sect, Don't call me Big Sister Master. Just call me Master. Yi Tianshu suddenly whispered. You and I have to keep a certain distance. We have to make people think that we are master and servant. Xinxiang nodded. If we don't look like master and servant, I'm worried that I won't be able to bring you along, Yi Tianshu added. As long as people think that you are really my servant, they won't think too much about it. Actually, Xinxiang also understood that Yi Tianshu did not treat him like a slave during this period of time. Their relationship was still relatively peaceful. Yi Tianshu wanted to keep Xinxiang by her side so that she could study Xinxiang. She was very shocked by Xinxiang's cultivation. I understand. Xinxiang nodded again. After Yi Tianshu was saved by Xinxiang, she didn't become very warm toward Xinxiang. After all, she was a rather cold and arrogant person. Furthermore, she didn't have any emotions. She didn't have a strong desire to repay a debt of gratitude. However, she still knew that she owed Xinxiang a life, so she remembered this favor. Master, are you sure that the heavenly sect will accept you? Xinxiang was still a little worried. The heavenly go bell has been ringing for me. Yi Tianshu nodded lightly. The heavenly go bell must have sensed the presence of a stranger with the heavenly go bloodline. That's why it rang to lead the way. Is it that magical? Xinxiang was once again very curious about the heavenly go bell. Not only is the heavenly go bell magical, but it is also very powerful. It is the supreme treasure of our heavenly sect. It is also the foundation of our heavenly sect. Yi Tianshu sighed. It's a pity that the heavenly go bell disappeared when I was in the cosmos God Sea. That's why I haven't come into contact with it since I was young. After the mysterious wood-flying ants entered a forest, Yi Tianshu asked Xinxiang to put them away and carry her over. Master, let the flying ants bring us over. That would be faster, right? Xinxiang could only carry Yi Tianshu on his back. Fortunately, she wasn't very heavy, and for some reason, her body was soft and fragrant. Chapter 4502. The middle-aged woman was very strong. Even though Yi Tianshu was on Xinxiang's back and was hugging Xinxiang tightly, she was still hugged by the woman. What made Xinxiang very unhappy was that he was pushed to the ground by the middle-aged woman. Holy lady, this person is a man and he touched you before. He shouldn't be very important to you, right? A middle-aged man came over and looked at Xinxiang with a ruthless look. He said, since he has contacted Saint, then he is not in vain. I will kill him on the spot. Xinxiang and Yi Tianshu were shocked. These people actually wanted to kill Xinxiang. Was the reason because Xinxiang had touched Yi Tianshu? Wait! Yi Tianshu quickly shouted, He is my servant! Holy lady, in the heavenly sect, there are many servants who are better than him. He's just a little better looking. A middle-aged woman said, You are the holy lady. Men and women are different. You can't find a young man to be your servant. People will question your holiness. Yi Tianshu was a little angry. She didn't want to be manipulated by others. What am I, the holy lady considered? Yi Tianshu said angrily. If I can't even protect my people, then I am nothing. The dozen or so people were stunned. They had not expected Yi Tianshu to have such a reaction. After all, from their point of view, Xinxiang's strength was of no importance. Killing him would not be a big deal. Let me tell you, he is my man. You are not allowed to touch him. Yi Tianshu's voice was full of vigor. Also, let him carry me. If I am really the holy lady of the heavenly sect, then you will not be able to teach me how to do things. Yi Tianshu remembered that the heavenly sect had a strict hierarchy. The higher one's status was, the more they did not need to fear those of lower status. Yes, holy lady. Although the dozen people were middle-aged, they were not necessarily older than Yi Tianshu. Especially now, when they saw Yi Tianshu flip out and display her might. They knew that a person like Yi Tianshu wouldn't be easy to curry favor with. The middle-aged woman could only hand Yi Tianshu back to Xin Xiang. Xin Xiang did not say anything. Right now, he could not tell what kind of people the Heavenly Ghost sect were. His initial judgment was that he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't an evil person either. Xie and Ming's eyes told him that these people were generally quite reliable and did not have any killing intent towards Yi Tianshu. Shen Xiang carried Yi Tianshu on his back and followed behind the group of people. He also deliberately slowed down. The group from the Heavenly Ghost sect felt that it was very slow, but they did not dare to say anything. They would also come over from time to time, wanting to test Yi Tianshu and flatter her by saying that she was beautiful or something like that. However, Yi Tianshu ignored them and closed his eyes to rest. Yi Tianshu did not have a good impression of these people. Although they were very strong, in Yi Tianshu's eyes they were people of very low status. Therefore, she did not care about them at all. Yi Tianshu had a very strange intuition. Although Shen Xiang's cultivation was very low, her intuition told her that Shen Xiang should be a person of high status. This was especially true after spending a lot of time with Shen Xiang. She had this feeling. Holy Lady, your servant's cultivation is too low. With his strength, he will not be able to help you much even if he follows you, a middle-aged woman said softly. When Yi Tianshu heard this, she felt very unhappy. She opened her eyes and looked coldly at the woman. Holy Lady, I am not trying to belittle him. What I am trying to say is that I can arrange for him to cultivate. Quickly raise his cultivation and let him go to the other outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Ghost sect to cultivate. The woman quickly said, I am the manager of the outer sect disciples. I can arrange for him properly. Yi Tianshu felt that this was not bad. Shan Xiang really did need to raise his cultivation, especially after coming to the Tianmu Sacred Desolate. He was too weak to survive. Yi Tianshu did not think too much about it. She felt that the middle-aged woman really wanted to help Shen Xiang cultivate. As for Shen Xiang, when the middle-aged woman spoke, he opened his heart eye and saw that she was lying. It was not difficult for Shen Xiang to guess that the middle-aged woman was purposely sending him away and pretending to let him cultivate in the outer sect. Then, she would secretly kill him. After killing him, she could recommend her trusted subordinate to be Yi Tianshu's follower. Master, I feel that it is quite good. Xin Xiang suddenly said, I hope to become stronger so that I can help Master. Chapter 4503. Li Miqing had indeed been full of lies before. However, she did not dare to do anything to Xin Xiang now. It was obvious that she was very afraid of the Saintess Yi Tian. Anqing, is it a good thing to become the Saintess Yi Tian's servant? Xin Xiang asked softly. He continued to ask, You seem very envious. Li Miqing naturally did not want to answer directly. After all, being a servant was not something to be proud of. However, she was still very envious in her heart. Of course, I am not envious. What I mean is that, with your background, becoming the Saintess servant is a very good thing for you. Li Miqing rolled her eyes at Xin Xiang and continued, After you return with me, don't go around saying that you are the Saintess servant. Oh, I understand. Xin Xiang nodded. When you return to the Saintess side in the future, don't speak ill of me. Li Miqing's attitude suddenly improved, and her tone became gentler. She did not look very beautiful. Furthermore, she looked like a middle-aged woman. This made Shan Xiang feel a little strange. After all, it was very easy for experts to maintain their youthful appearance. They could even make themselves very beautiful. However, Li Miqing was not like this. The middle-aged men and women he had seen earlier were the same. They did not maintain their youthful appearances. Can I really return to Master's side? Xin Xiang asked softly. You should think of a way to separate me from Master, right? When Li Miqing heard Xin Xiang's words, her expression changed. She looked around and said softly, What are you saying? Why do you have such thoughts? I feel that you all seem to hate me staying by Master's side. Xinxiang scratched his head and pretended to be very innocent. I do not have such thoughts at all. Li Minqing seemed very anxious as she said softly, Little brother, Aunt Qing really wants to nurture you and make you an outstanding servant of the Saintess. Xinxiang used his divine eyes to look again. Strangely, Li Minqing was actually speaking the truth. Previously, Li Minqing had been lying. That meant that she really did have ulterior motives back then. After Yi Tianshu warned her, she did not dare to do so anymore. Aunt Qing, my name is Xinxiang. Xinxiang said, Can I really return to Master's side? Little Xin, you must believe in Aunt Qing. You can definitely return to the Saintess side. Li Minqing smiled. She was worried that Xinxiang would spout nonsense when he met Yi Tianshu in the future. But my intuition is very accurate, Xinxiang said with a bitter face. I can really feel that you won't let me go back. Little Shen, there are some things I can't tell you directly. Li Minqing sighed and said, Actually, I have my own difficulties. There are indeed people who don't want you to return to the Saintess side. Who? Who was in that group just now? Xinxiang asked. Let's go. Li Minqing pulled Xinxiang and started walking on the plain. As she walked, she said, Although those people and I are strong and have a certain status in the heavenly sect, we do not have the heavenly bloodline. If we want to rise in status, we have to curry favor with people with higher status in the heavenly sect. Will forcing me away be able to curry favor with Master? Xinxiang said with a frown, That doesn't seem right. Because their idea is to get rid of you and replace you with a few good servants by the Saintess side. Li Minqing said in a low voice, Because I am an outer sect elder. I am in charge of the entire outer sect. Therefore, the task of sending you away fell on my head. Then what about getting rid of me? Who will do it? Xinxiang asked again. Li Minqing suddenly realized that Xinxiang is not simple. He can actually think of so many things. She became silent and did not answer Xinxiang's question. I don't know who will do it. Maybe when the time is right, they will let me do it. Li Minqing also understood that since Xinxiang can become a heavenly shoe servant, he must have some outstanding points. Aunt Qing, what about now? Xinxiang said with mischievous smile, Do you have any plans? You little rascal. Li Minqing now knows that Xinxiang is deliberately acting dumb. She helplessly sighed and said, You won't report me, right? I indeed wanted to cooperate with them. But Saintess warned me, so I didn't dare. If something happens to you, Saintess will not let me off. I won't report you, Xinxiang said with smile. But when we go to the outer sect, you have to listen to my orders. Are you threatening me? Li Minqing clenched her teeth. She is somewhat angry. She did not expect that she would be controlled by a youngster. It is not a threat. We are cooperating. Xinxiang shook off Li Minqing's hand and said, If you don't want to, then forget it. Li Minqing thought about it again. If she and Xinxiang have a good relationship, then when Xinxiang returns to heavenly shoe side, he can put in a few good words for her. When that time comes, won't she fly? At that time, she won't even need to arrange any servants to stay by heavenly shoe side. Xinxiang is her best friend. This is indeed a cooperation. Chapter 4504. Xinxiang did not need to ask to know that the outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Ghost sect were there to do all sorts of menial and dirty work for the Heavenly Ghost sect. This allowed the inner sect disciples to live a decent life. If one had good aptitude and cultivated to a certain level, they could enter the inner sect. For example, Li Minqing and the others could become inner sect disciples. Aunt Qing, in the inner sect of the Heavenly Ghost sect, are the people with the Heavenly Go bloodline, the highest status. Xinxiang asked, How should I put it? Not necessarily. It is mainly based on strength. However, those with the Heavenly Go bloodline have high aptitudes in all aspects, far surpassing ordinary people like us. Furthermore, they receive a lot of resources. Hence, the inner sect disciples of the Heavenly Go sect are much stronger than ordinary people, Li Minqing said. Li Minqing led Xinxiang as they walked. They were not in a hurry, and their speed was not very fast. It was obvious that she was not in a hurry to return to the outer sect. The Heavenly Go mountain range is in the sky, and the entire inner sect of the Heavenly Go sect is there. As for the outer sect, it is on the ground. Li Minqing pointed ahead and said, "There are many houses on the ground. That is the outer sect. How many disciples are there in the outer sect of the Heavenly Go sect?" Xinxiang asked. "Not a lot, just a little more than 10 million. Li Minqing sighed and said, "Over the years, there have been fewer and fewer outer sect disciples." "What, a little more than 10 million? When Xinxiang heard this, he was shocked. "Isn't this the equivalent of a large city? This is still considered little." "Of course." Li Minqing shook her head and said, "The Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate, has changed a lot. Without enough manpower, it means that the speed of gathering resources will be very slow. The Heavenly Go sect's top echelons will be slower, and their cultivation will be affected as well. They will not be as good as the other factions." All right. Xinxiang was not clear about the changes in the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. After all, he had just arrived. "The appearance of the Holy Maiden is very important," Li Minqing said. "According to the Heavenly Go Bell, little brother Emperor, he cannot meet the Holy Maiden for 3 days after the bell rings. Hence, we are in charge of receiving her." "Why, can't little brother Emperor receive her?" Xinxiang asked curiously. "Because the Holy Maiden's Heavenly Go bloodline is special. Plus, she can't control the bloodline power in her body. If other disciples of Heavenly Go saw her, they would want to eat the Holy Maiden." Li Minqing continued. "In any case, this is a sign from the Heavenly Go Bell. The Heavenly Go Bell can speak." Xinxiang was shocked. Brother Emperor, he wanted to eat Heavenly Go? He was suddenly worried about Yi Tianshu. "Yes, the Heavenly Go Bell can directly communicate with us telepathically." Li Minqing nodded and continued. "The Heavenly Go Bell wants us to receive the Holy Maiden. It also said that if Brother Heavenly Go wants to eat the Holy Maiden will resist. After the bloodline power in her body explodes, her strength might not increase by much, but she will be able to suppress all the Heavenly Go disciples. She will be able to easily kill all of them." Xinxiang didn't understand what kind of existence the Heaven Go Bell was, but he could guess that it was very likely something similar to a life soul. "Why is Master the Heavenly Go Saintess?" Xinxiang didn't understand, but he knew that Heavenly Go was the only Heavenly Go clan member in the Cosmos God, who still had the Heavenly Go bloodline. "We don't know either. The Heavenly Go Bell didn't tell us." Li Minqing said, "In short, the arrival of the Holy Maiden will undoubtedly bring about a huge change to the Heavenly Go sect. It will make us stronger." As they spoke, Xinxiang saw many buildings appear in front of them. It was indeed a huge city. That was the outer sect of the Heavenly Go sect. There are more than 10 million disciples and more than 20 million idlers. Li Minqing continued, "This Heavenly Go city is considered a relatively strong city in the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. A small city?" Xinxiang looked at the many huge buildings in front of him and didn't feel that this was a small city. The biggest cities in the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate, have hundreds of millions of people. Li Minqing said, "Of course, a few of those big cities are controlled by the Heavenly Go sect. You will know in the future." Xinxiang was very shocked. The Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate, had actually developed to such an extent and had a lot of powerful people. When they reached the entrance, Li Minqing took out a carriage from her storage magic treasure and brought Xinxiang in. This carriage was not pulled by horses or beasts. It only had one carriage and 4 wheels. Li Minqing could directly drive the carriage by injecting her own energy into it. "Why didn't you release it earlier?" Shin Xiang curled his lips and said, I was afraid of being ambushed. If I didn't enter the carriage, I would be able to sense my surroundings better. Now that we are close to the Heavenly Ghost City and there are patrols, we are not afraid. Li Minqing said. Li Minqing was an elder of the outer sect and the manager of the outer sect. Even if she was not the biggest in the Heavenly Ghost City, she still had a lot of power in the Heavenly Ghost City. With her as a tool, Shen Xiang would be more comfortable, and he would not have to show his face in public to do many things. Aunt Qing, how old are you this year? Shen Xiang looked at Li Minqing's face. It looked a little rough, and there were wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. His skin was not good. Hearing Shen Xiang's question, Li Minqing could not help but roll his eyes and say, We are all cultivators. Age is not important. Your cultivation is not low. Don't you have any techniques to preserve your looks? Shen Xiang asked curiously. Chapter 4505. Shen Xiang stuck out his tongue. He was not afraid of Yi Tianshu. At the same time, he felt that Yi Tianshu might not even know how long he had existed. Sitting in the carriage, Shen Xiang wanted to see the outside, but Li Minqing did not let, and the carriage was covered tightly. Why can't you let me look outside? Shen Xiang now realized that the carriage was sealed very well. Even his divine sense could not penetrate it. To prevent others from spying, Li Minqing said, I am an elder. Many people are watching me. They are all very familiar with my carriage. Now that I am in the city, those guys are following me. Aunt Qing, who is watching you? Shen Xiang asked. The city lord of Heavenly Ghost City. Although Heavenly Ghost City is the outer sect of Heavenly Ghost Sect, the city lord of this city is the manager of Heavenly Ghost City. As an outer sect elder, I and the city lord keep each other in check. Li Minqing said in a low voice, At present, this city lord is very powerful. He is also a disciple of Heavenly Go. Ah, Shen Xiang said in shock. That city lord is very powerful, right? Why is he still watching you? Because he wants to overthrow me and arrange for his own people to be in charge of the outer sect. Li Minqing said, The outer sect disciples mainly help the inner sect to gather resources in the Tianmu sacred wasteland. These resources are all handed in through the outer sect. There are too many benefits in this. I understand. If you control the outer sect and hand in all kinds of resources, you can reap benefits from it. Shen Xiang said with a smile. Aunt Qing, did you reap any benefits? Reap my ass. Li Minqing sighed. If I really dared to reap benefits, I would have been killed by them many times. Ah, you really didn't reap any benefits? There are a lot of benefits. Shen Xiang said. If I had reaped benefits, once I was discovered, not only would my position be unstable, I might even be imprisoned and die of old age. Li Minqing shook her head and said, Every once in a while, I have to be investigated by them. That is a direct interrogation of my soul. I cannot lie. Then, if the city lord becomes an outer sect elder, how can he reap any benefits? Shen Xiang asked, According to what you said, no matter who sits in the position of the outer sect elder, won't they get it all the same? No. He is Heavenly Go's disciple. Furthermore, he has someone backing him. He will definitely have a way to get it. Li Minqing said, Over the years that he has been the city lord, he has obtained a lot. However, he and the faction behind him are not satisfied. They want to swallow the outer sect so that they can control the entire Heavenly Ghost City. Aren't you going to report him? Shen Xiang curled his lips. He's keeping an eye on you, and you're keeping an eye on him too. Bring him down. I already said that he is Emperor Yi's younger brother. If I expose him, even if I have substantial evidence, at most I can only bring him down. And the big backer behind him definitely won't let me off. Li Minqing shook her head and said, I can't fight against the people behind him, and I don't know who those people are. That's true. Shen Xiang nodded. That's why I can't let them know that I brought you back. Li Minqing said in a low voice, If they knew that I brought back a young man, they would make a big fuss again. What's there to make a big fuss about? Shen Xiang frowned and said, Just say that I'm your disciple. Wouldn't that be enough? No, in short, they will target the people around me. Li Minqing shook her head and said, You are the holy maiden's servant. It's not good for me to announce your identity. I can only hide you and secretly let you cultivate. All right. Shen Xiang spread out his hands and said, I hope that the conflict between you and the city lord will not affect me. It won't. It's impossible for us to fight. They are just playing small tricks, Li Minqing said. However, Shen Xiang felt that it was not that simple. He suddenly felt that Li Minqing was still too honest. A person like her was the easiest to grasp and was also very easy to be schemed against. Although she had her own cleverness, if the other party's level was too high, she would definitely be tricked. Do you have a transmission array here? Shen Xiang asked. He had asked the Tianmu temple mistress before, but she did not answer. No, we can't even communicate through long-distance space. Li Minqing shook his head. We are still unable to decipher the spatial laws, so we are unable to do this. Shen Xiang was shocked, because his communication talisman was useful here. Then why could he use it? Could it be because he controlled the spatial origin bead? Then what do you usually rely on to communicate quickly? Shen Xiang asked. We train all kinds of birds, beasts, insects, and the like that can fly quickly. As Li Minqing spoke, he took out a bird and said, This is the most common thing. Record the words and images that you want to say into a crystal. After encrypting it, let the bird bring it over. So backward. Shen Xiang laughed awkwardly. There's no other way. The spatial laws in this place are too profound. Until now, no one has been able to grasp them. Li Minqing kept the bird. Shen Xiang could make his own communication talisman, but he did not plan to let Li Minqing know about it for the time being. He would see if she was worth using in the future. Half an hour later, the carriage stopped. We're here. Li Minqing opened the door and let Shen Xiang out. After Shen Xiang came out, he immediately had a look of disdain, because this place was obviously inside a cave. Chapter 4506. Shen Xiang felt that it was quite peaceful here. No one would disturb him in the short term. Heavenly Mother, Holy Desolate. Why is it called Heavenly Mother, Holy Desolate? Shen Xiang had asked Li Minqing before, but she couldn't tell him why. Shen Xiang had also asked the Aunt Granny inside the 6 Realms mirrors before, but she didn't know why she called this place Heavenly Mother, Holy Desolate. He had thought that it was because this was the holy land of the Heavenly Mother spirit race, which was why he called it that. However, he didn't think it was possible that the Heavenly Mother spirit race was born here. When the Heavenly Mother, Holy Desolate, appeared, the Heavenly Mother spirit race might not have been born yet. Shen Xiang began to ponder about how he should cultivate next. He chatted with Aunt Granny, and said that there were heavenly origin crystals here as well. The main cultivation resource was also the heavenly origin crystal. The heavenly origin crystal had a wide range of uses. After all, it was an energy source. Granny Aunt also said that the reserves of heavenly origin crystals were getting smaller and smaller. In recent years, the number of heavenly origin crystal mines had been decreasing, and the quality of the heavenly origin crystals that had been mined was getting worse and worse. Cultivating here mainly depends on luck. Granny Aunt said, If you're lucky, you'll be able to encounter some precious medicines. After eating them, you'll be able to improve a lot. Precious medicine? Shen Xiang laughed. Isn't it just medicinal herbs? You call it precious medicine here. Yeah, precious medicine is very rare. Of course, what was even rarer than precious medicine was the chaos divine medicine. That was a rare treasure. I've never seen it before in my life. Granny Aunt sighed. If I could see it in my life, I would have no regrets. Chaos divine medicine? How is this formed? Shen Xiang suddenly became curious. Does it take many years to grow? Not really. Granny Aunt said, if it grows for many years and becomes a chaos divine medicine, then there will definitely be a lot of them. Chaos divine medicine is a precious medicine that grows up by itself. In that case, precious medicine is not an ordinary medicinal herb? Xinxiang asked. Of course not. Common medicinal herbs that are old can grow by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, but at most they can only become divine medicines. Granny Ant said, but treasured medicines are different. Treasured medicines can cultivate on their own and comprehend the laws of cultivation by themselves. Is it really that miraculous? Xinxiang finally understood the uniqueness of this precious medicine. That's right. That's why there are very few of them. Some treasured medicines only needed a few days to grow to a very shocking realm. They are comparable to ordinary divine medicines that are tens of thousands of years old. Grandmother Ant said, therefore, these precious medicines have also hidden themselves. How exactly are treasured medicines formed? Xinxiang really wanted to obtain a type of treasured medicine and study it. I don't know. No one has been able to figure it out to this day. Grandmother Ant said, there are many types of precious medicine. The same precious medicine has appeared many times. So some people guess that precious medicine can reproduce. Did someone not plant the precious medicine after obtaining it? Xinxiang asked. There is, but I've never succeeded. Granny Ant shook her head and said, furthermore, treasured medicines can fly into the sky and burrow into the ground. There's no good growing environment at all. This made Xinxiang even more curious. He planned to ask Li Minqing to help him get a precious medicine to study the next time he saw her. While Xinxiang and Granny Ant were chatting, the devil's shadow divine soul that was following Li Minqing suddenly sent over an urgent message. Young Master Xin, Li Minqing is being attacked in her own residence. The devil's shadow divine soul said, she seems to be in danger. Xinxiang immediately took out the 6 realms mirrors and looked at the scene transmitted by the devil's shadow divine soul. Li Minqing's residence was a small villa. It was surrounded by array formations and was very tightly protected. The villa was filled with corpses. They should be Li Minqing's people. And the people who surrounded Li Minqing made Xinxiang very shocked. Among them, there were 10 middle-aged men and women who went to welcome the holy maiden, Yi Tianshu. In other words, there were only a few people who escorted Yi Tianshu back to the inner sect of the Yi Heavenly sect. Then, 10 of them suddenly came to Li Minqing's place. Why are you doing this? Li Minqing had just come out of her room when she saw the corpses all over the ground. This group of people were usually people that Li Minqing trusted, so they were able to freely enter Li Minqing's small villa. Who would have thought that the moment they entered, they would all be killed by Li Minqing's people? Li Minqing's heart ached. The people who could be in this villa were all her trusted aides. Yet they were all killed just like that. Chapter 4507. Li Minqing knows that she will not be able to escape today. She can only hope that Xinxiang can hide in that Bur Mountain and not be discovered. She had a premonition that she was in danger, but she did not expect it to come so quickly. Previously, she had agreed with this group of people that she would put Xinxiang under house arrest here. Later on, she sensed danger and changed her mind at the last minute and hid Xinxiang in the Bird Mountain. Now, she can only hope that Xinxiang will have the chance to come into contact with the holy maiden, Yi Tianshu. This way, the matter of this group of people wanting to kill Xinxiang will be exposed, and someone will take revenge for her. Xinxiang is hiding in the shadows. Previously, he did not believe that Li Minqing is only 300 years old. Now it seems that it is true, because she is too young. Otherwise, there would not be such a situation today. Are you really going to make a move on me? What if you can't find that brat and the holy maiden wants to see me? Li Minqing has not completely given up hope and said, in these few days, if that brat dies and the holy maiden blames you, do you really think that the holy maiden will not punish you? Don't worry. Someone from the Yi Heavenly sect will vouch for us. He can guarantee that we will not be punished by the holy maiden. A middle-aged woman sneered and said, "Although the Holy Maiden's position in the E-Heavenly sect is very high, she does not have the final say in the E-Heavenly sect." "You despicable bastards!" Li Minqing shouted in anger. "All of you will die a horrible death." "Li Minqing, hand that brat over and kill him personally. We will record the process of you killing him." A middle-aged man said, "This way we can let you die a quick death. You only have this choice. Hurry up and tell us where that brat is hiding. If you don't say it, I will take action." These 10 people surrounded Li Minqing. Each and every one of them looked fiendish. Just by looking at their ugly expressions, one can tell what they are going to do to Li Minqing. "Before I make a move, I will first ravage your body. Although you do not have a young body, you are still an outer sect elder. You must be pretty good," a middle-aged man said with a wretched smile. After that, the other middle-aged men also laughed sinisterly and said that they want to participate. The 3 middle-aged women also laughed out loud. "I won't let you touch me even if I die." Li Minqing's eyes were filled with resentment. At this moment, she could only commit suicide. However, her current life was not in her own hands at all. These people could completely prevent her from committing suicide. Shen Xiang, who was hiding in the dark, had already communicated with Granny Ant. He could mobilize the Black Wood Ant army at any time. Li Minqing's small villa was heavily guarded, and there were also many spirit formations and the like. However, this group of people could enter and leave as they pleased. They could even control the small villa's spirit formation, because the people who set up the spirit formation were these people who helped arrange it. Therefore, after they entered the small villa and quickly killed the people inside, they sealed the barrier even more to prevent the news inside from leaking out. However, they did not expect that Shen Xiang would be able to blend in so easily. This is your last chance. If you don't tell me now, you'll end up in a miserable state. A middle-aged woman pinched Li Minqing's mouth and roared ferociously, "Bitch! Do you want to leave behind an unbearable memory before you die?" Li Minqing was very unyielding and did not shed tears. Her eyes were filled with endless hatred as she glared at this group of people. Bah! Li Minqing spat at the middle-aged woman. "Bitch!" The middle-aged woman was very angry as she slapped her with all her might. "Stop!" However, at this moment, Yi Tianshu's voice suddenly rang out. These 10 people had escorted Yi Tianshu before, so they were very familiar with the voice of this mysterious Yi Tianshu saintess. Actually, this voice was what Xin Xiang had asked Little Mirror to say. After Little Mirror recorded the voice, she could imitate it exactly. Of course, this was not enough. Xin Xiang used the divine mirror of 6 paths to project an image that was exactly the same as Yi Tianshu's. Furthermore, it looked even more holy and noble. This time, this group of people was so frightened that they knelt on the ground. "Saintess, why are you here?" "Saintess, things are not what you think." Chapter 45:08. These people suddenly reacted, which also surprised Xin Xiang, but he was still very calm. Projecting Yi Tianshu's illusion had been a sudden idea by Xin Xiang to tease this group of people. After being discovered, Xin Xiang walked out of the shadows with a smile on his face. "Long time no see, everyone," Xin Xiang said with a smile. "It's just a little joke that Brat made with you. Just want to test you. Is it really respectful to Holy Maiden?" Li Minqing was also stunned. Xin Xiang had really come, and he was not afraid at all. The 10 middle-aged men and women were also shocked by Xin Xiang's calmness. However, they soon believed that Xin Xiang was pretending to be calm. No matter how they looked at it, Xin Xiang was going to die today. "You damn stinky brat. You are not qualified to be the Saint Lady's servant," a middle-aged woman said viciously. "The Saint Lady does not need a male servant. You will only tarnish her purity if you continue to live. That is why you have to die today." A middle-aged man sneered as he looked at Li Minqing and shouted, "This brat jumped out on his own. Hurry up and kill him." We can give you a quick death. I. Li Minqing looked at Xinxiang and felt a little angry. Xinxiang was hiding on Burr Mountain, so it would be very difficult to discover him. Anqing, just kill me. I won't blame you. Xinxiang said with a smile. You damned brat. Why did you run out? You will die. Do you know that? Li Minqing suddenly burst into tears. She was in complete despair. If Xinxiang had still been hiding on Burr Mountain, Xinxiang might still have been alive. Then they would have had a chance to let Yi Tianshu know what had happened here. However, now that Xinxiang had run out, they were all doomed. Anqing, hurry up and do it. Xinxiang let out a long sigh. Don't worry, Master will definitely avenge us. It's impossible for the Holy Maiden to know what's going on here. A middle-aged woman sneered. You brat, don't try to fool us a second time. Li Minqing was crying and sobbing. She didn't want to die. It wasn't easy for her to get to where she was today. Although the outer court elder was threatened by many forces, as long as she didn't make any mistakes, she could live well in this position. She regretted joining this group of people. Back then, she did not want to be bullied by the Heavenly Ghost City Lord, so she joined this group of people. She did not expect that they were also the Heavenly Ghost City Lord's people. Xinxiang, stand behind Anqing. Wait a moment, I will break through them. You run for your life. Li Minqing stopped crying and said to Xinxiang. The 10 middle-aged men and women merely looked at them coldly. Xinxiang walked behind Li Minqing and took out a communication talisman, saying, Master, you should have heard what we said just now, right? Then, Yi Tianshu's voice came from the other side of the communication talisman. I heard it. Although this group of people had never seen a communication talisman before, they knew that it was most likely used to transmit messages. They had been tricked by Xinxiang before, so they were only slightly worried at first. However, they soon thought that this was another trick of Xinxiang's. Communication talisman. This thing might be useful in the Cosmos God Sea, but it is useless in this place. A middle-aged man sneered. Brat, your tricks are too low level. I remember your voice. You should be Lu Dateo, right? Yi Tianshu's cold, emotionless voice came from the communication talisman again. Furthermore, it was filled with anger. Previously, when Li Minqing had left with Xinxiang, this group of people had introduced themselves to Yi Tianshu one by one. Therefore, Xinxiang did not know their names. This group of people was instantly frightened as they looked at each other. This must have been Li Minqing, who secretly told this brat to impersonate her. The middle-aged man called Lu Dateo laughed. Don't think of lying to us again. Lu Dateo, you've told me before that you'll work like a horse for me. You even said that you would be willing to be my subordinate. Not only you, but all of them have also expressed their willingness to follow me. Yi Tianshu's voice came from the communication talisman that Xinxiang had raised high. Hearing this, Lu Dateo suddenly knelt on the ground with a bang, smashing the tiles on the ground. Saint, please spare our lives. Following which, the rest of them also knelt down and frantically begged for mercy. All of you must die, Yi Tianshu said coldly. Hearing Yi Tianshu's voice, which was filled with killing intent, Lu Dateo and the rest knew that the saint would not let them off. Chapter 4509. Xinxiang could also see through Li Minqing's thoughts. He did not wish for Li Minqing to just hide like that, because Li Minqing could help him a lot. Anqing, what are you afraid of now? You have the Holy Maiden supporting you from behind. Xinxiang placed his hands on her shoulders and said with a smile, I did contact Master just now. She also saw that you were taking care of me. Li Minqing was also not sure if Yi Tianshu really knew. She thought that Xinxiang was pretending. Was that really the Holy Maiden just now? Li Minqing looked at the surrounding black wood ants and gradually calmed down. Black wood ants were very strong to begin with, but everyone knew that they did not eat meat and rarely attacked others. That was why Lu Dateo and the others were very relaxed just now. They did not take the black wood ants seriously at all. Master knows. She suggested that I continue to stay here. She said that the inner sect of the heavenly sect is in chaos right now. Xinxiang said, "If the heavenly ghost city lord comes again, what should we do?" Li Minqing is still very worried. He is a disciple of the heavenly ghost sect. My status is too different from his. I can't fight against him head-on. Although he is the younger brother of the heavenly ghost sect, he still has to follow the rules. If he breaks the rules, the heavenly ghost sect still has the rules to punish him. Xinxiang said, "The reason why he hasn't attacked you directly is because he's afraid of the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Lu Dateo and the others take action. Even if Lu Dateo and the others were caught, it would have nothing to do with the heavenly ghost city lord. Besides, I still have the blackwood ants." Xinxiang laughed. "Look, it's easy to get rid of them." Shanxiang released the 6 realms mirrors and kept the black wood ants. "Little Xin, is the black wood ant yours? Or the holy maiden's?" Li Minqing asked. "Of course it's mine." Shanxiang chuckled. "To be honest, my relationship with Master is still quite good. It is not the kind of master and servant relationship that you know." "I can see that." Li Minqing heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "However, I'm still worried the Heavenly Ghost City Lord's faction seems unable to sit still. Otherwise, they would not have suddenly made a move. Don't worry, I will ask Master to secretly help us." Xinxiang said, "She has settled down in the heavenly sect and will be able to support us very soon." Li Minqing was temporarily appeased by Xinxiang and began to clean up the scene. The people in this small villa were all dead, which made her feel very sad. Xinxiang followed her and checked inside the villa. He could see that she still wanted to retreat. "Little Xin, the internal struggle of the heavenly sect must be very cruel. I don't want to get involved." Li Minqing bit her lips and said, "I still plan to leave the heavenly sect." "Anqing, think about it. How many years do you have left to live? If you leave the heavenly sect, can you guarantee that you will have a better life in the future? You need the resources from the heavenly sect to be able to continuously cultivate and break through," Xinxiang said. "In the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate, if you don't have enough cultivation, you might not have a good life in the future." The reason why Li Minqing is at a loss is also because of this. "Anqing, you have climbed to this position after so many years. Are you planning to give up now?" Xinxiang shook his head and said with a sigh, "You can't shrink back. You should give it your all. If you continue to shrink back, you won't be able to do anything big. There is a great opportunity in front of you. Are you sure you want to give up?" Li Minqing was once again persuaded by Xinxiang. She has not found a backer for so many years. Although she was able to become an outer sect elder, she is very clear that the reason why she was able to sit in this position is because the 2 powers did not give in to each other. Therefore, she who is not related to the 2 powers was pushed up. For many years, there were people who wanted to rope her in, but she was too cautious, so she always remained neutral. It was only when they went to welcome the Holy Maiden that she decided to join a power. However, she was tricked by the other party. "All right, I have decided. I will continue to stay here." Li Minqing has been persuaded by Xinxiang. This time, she wants to grab hold of this opportunity. Whether or not she can make a comeback, whether or not she can climb to a higher position in the heavenly sect will depend on this choice. "Anqing, do you have any treasured medicine?" Shanxiang suddenly asked. "The kind of treasured medicine that can raise cultivation." Shanxiang has always been thinking about the treasured medicine that Granny Ant mentioned before. "Treasured medicine? I have it, however, it is very precious. Do you want it, or does the Holy Maiden want it?" Li Minqing is somewhat reluctant to part with it. She bit her lips and said in low voice, "It is very precious to me. I plan to use it to break through the bottleneck. I want it." Xinxiang scratched his head and said with smile, Aunt Qing, I am only borrowing it. I will return it to you in the future. If the holy maiden wants it, I may not give it to her. But if little Shen wants it, I will treat it as repayment to you. Li Minqing took out an exquisite blue crystal box and said, You don't need to return it to me. You saved my life. This is my way of thanking you. Li Minqing truly wants to give it to Xinxiang. Even if Xinxiang did not say anything, she planned to give it to Xinxiang. If Yi Tianchu wants it, she will not be willing to give it to her. Chapter 45:10. Aunt Qing, this is very important to you, right? Xinxiang laughed. Isn't it a bit too much for me to ask you to take away such a precious medicine? You don't hate me, do you? How could that be? I really can't bear to part with it, but you are my savior. Even if you don't ask me for it, I will still give you this precious 9-leaf blue in the end. Li Minqing also pursed her lips and smiled. Don't worry, take it and use it. If I can really follow the Holy Maiden in the future, there might be even more precious medicines. She said that she wanted to follow the Holy Maiden, but in reality, she was following Xinxiang. Compared to the Holy Maiden, she trusted Xinxiang more. Aunt Qing, then can you handle the situation here by yourself? Xinxiang said, I plan to go into closed-door cultivation for a few days. If the Heavenly Ghost City, Lord sends someone over, you must inform me. As he spoke, he took out a communication talisman and handed it over to Li Minqing. He said, This is the communication talisman. I used this to contact Master before. Spatial communication talisman. This kind of thing is very precious, right? Why do you have it? Li Minqing took it and tried it, feeling that it was inconceivable. After being in the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland for so many years, no one had been able to break through the spatial laws here. However, Xinxiang's communication talisman could. Not only Li Minqing, even the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress who had contacted Xinxiang before was puzzled. Oh, right. Don't go around saying that you have this thing. Xinxiang smiled and warned, It will be convenient for us to contact each other in the future, but we can't let anyone know. After that, he asked Li Minqing for a secret room and began to study the 9-leaf blue inside. Li Minqing began to deal with the matters of her small villa. She also planned how to nurture her own people. Xinxiang released Grandma Aunt in a very spacious secret room. At the same time, he transferred the lifespan of the 10 middle-aged men and women to Grandma Aunt, increasing her lifespan by a total of 10,000 years. That's great, that's great. Granny Aunt was overjoyed and said with a smile, As long as I have enough lifespan, I can raise even stronger profound wood ants. Grandma, this precious medicine is called 9-leaf blue. Have you seen it before? Xinxiang took out the 9-leaf blue. Yes, I have. I've eaten it before. This can be considered a rather inferior treasure medicine, but it's already pretty good to have it. You were able to get it so quickly. Not bad. Grandmother Aunt smiled and said, Eat it. It can increase the cultivation of the soul. It can improve the soul. Grandma, do you know how to grow precious herbs? Xinxiang was currently cultivating or duplicating more herbs. Planting? That was impossible. Treasured herbs cultivate and reproduce on their own. With the intervention of external forces, it is very difficult for these herbs to reproduce and cultivate on their own. Grandmother Aunt said, All the major forces have been trying for many years, but they have never succeeded. You should give up on this idea. Grandma, you've been in the Heavenly Mother, sacred desolate, for so many years. Do you know how precious medicines are usually formed? What kind of energy does the precious medicine absorb to cultivate? Xinxiang asked. Heavenly Source Crystal Essence. According to what I've heard over the years, these precious medicines like Heavenly Source Crystal Essence very much. Grandmother Aunt said, Moreover, as long as you catch a precious medicine, you will usually obtain a little bit of Heavenly Source Crystal Essence. Some precious medicines even have a lot of unrefined Heavenly Source Crystal Essence inside. What the hell is Heavenly Source Crystal Essence? Shan Xiang had never heard of it. Heavenly Source Crystal Essence is a kind of essence formed inside a Heavenly Source crystal mine. It is also very rare. However, precious medicines can always find such things. Grandmother Ant said, "It is said that after those big shots of the major forces collect Heavenly Source crystal essence, they will use it to fish for precious medicines and lure them out to catch them. So, precious medicines need to absorb Heavenly Source crystal essence to cultivate?" Shin Xiang looked at the 9-leaf blue in his hand and said with a frown, "Why does the precious medicine in my hand seem to have no vitality?" "It's asleep, because it has not absorbed Heavenly Source crystal essence for too long. It will fall into this state. The quality of this precious medicine is very poor." Grandmother Ant smiled and said, "But it's better than nothing. It's a blessing to be able to get it." Shin Xiang nodded. Grandmother Ant also wanted to return to the 6 realms mirrors to lay her eggs. Shan Xiang asked little sister Xiao Jing to open up a large space for her inside the 6 realms mirrors, and even moved a large amount of soil inside for her to build a nest, to be able to increase one's lifespan and not have to face many dangers outside. Grandmother Ant felt that the 6 realms mirrors was the ideal place for her to stay. Shen Xiang took out the world-defying stage divine furnace and then took out many Heavenly Source crystals. In his opinion, the so-called Heavenly Source crystal essence should be the result of continuously refining Heavenly Source crystals. In other words, if he used alchemy to refine Heavenly Source crystals and continuously improve their quality, then what he obtained should be close to Heavenly Source crystal essence. Previously, Shin Yuanxin had sent a lot of Heavenly Source crystal energy to Shin Xiang, and he had refined it into a Heavenly Source crystal pill. Shin Xiang took out a Heavenly Source crystal pill and placed it beside the 9-leaf blue. Gradually, the 9-leaf blue's entire body emitted a light blue glow and began to move. Then it covered the Heavenly Source crystal pill and began to absorb the Heavenly Source crystal pill. The Heavenly Source crystal pill is indeed useful. My Heavenly Source crystal pill is the Heavenly Source crystal essence. Shin Xiang chuckled. Looks like I have to refine more Heavenly Source crystal pills, and I should be the only one who can refine them. Even if Shin Xiang did not use the world-defying stage divine furnace, he could still refine the Heavenly Source crystal pill. However, it would take a long time and consume a lot of energy. Chapter 45:11. Shan Xiang was very confident that he could grow the 9-leaf blue in batches. After all, this was his old profession, and this kind of thing was not difficult for him at all. The reason why no one had succeeded in so many years was most likely because they had not grasped the relevant laws. The Heavenly Mother, Holy Wasteland, was a very strange existence. It had disappeared many years ago and only appeared in the world-defying stage universe in the past 100,000 years. The Heavenly Mother, Holy Wasteland, had only been connected to the world-defying stage universe for 100,000 years, and the laws of the world-defying stage universe had not been completely formed for many years. It was Shan Xiang who gradually facilitated the 6 cultivation laws, and the Great Life Soul only woke up after Shin Xiang. Shen Xiang could be said to have grasped a portion of the profound mysteries of the world-defying stage universe, especially the 6 cultivation laws which he had created. Although he had not completely understood it himself, no one in the world-defying stage universe understood the 6 cultivation laws better than him. He placed the 9-leaf blue on the surface of the 6 realms mirrors and then surrounded it with dozens of Heavenly Source crystal dan. "Sister Mirror, you can begin," Shin Xiang said. Little sister Xiao Jing began to circulate the power of the time origin bead and the life origin bead. At this moment, the 9-leaf blue was also greedily absorbing the Heavenly Source crystal dan. In this small area on the surface of the 6 realms mirrors, time was also speeding up. Therefore, Shin Xiang could see that the energy of the heavenly source crystal Dan was being rapidly absorbed, and the nine-leaf blue was also gradually changing. It was originally light blue, but now it was gradually turning dark blue. Originally, it did not have a stem, but now it had recovered. Now it was like a flower that was standing up, and roots could be seen growing out of its roots. After the nine-leaf blue had roots, the roots wrapped around the heavenly source crystal Dan, and the absorption speed became even faster. As the nine-leaf blue continued to absorb the heavenly source crystal Dan, its color turned dark blue, and its petals grew larger. The blue flower bloomed even more beautifully. The petals of the nine-leaf blue were now like dark blue crystals, transparent and beautiful. 9 stamens gradually grew out from the center of the flower. The flower seeds on the stamen should be the seeds, and they were also sparkling and translucent blue crystal beads, only the size of a grain of rice. It's a success. Xinxiang was still rather surprised, because the nine-leaf blue did not consume a lot of heavenly source crystal Dan. Big brother, the nine-leaf blue's growth has slowed down a lot. Xiao Jing said those 9 flower seeds should be the seeds. They can be used to grow the nine-leaf blue flower. Before Xinxiang could do anything, the nine-leaf blue flower suddenly trembled, and 9 flower seeds floated down and landed on the surface of the mirror. The flower seeds immediately absorbed the energy of the heavenly source crystal pill and sprouted. Good heavens, as expected. Xinxiang was pleasantly surprised. He smiled and said, "It should be a success. I didn't expect the heavenly source crystal pill to be so useful." Xinxiang had refined many heavenly source crystals into heavenly source crystal pills in order to store the energy that Xin Yuanxin had transferred over. Who would have thought that it would be so useful now? If he wanted to obtain more heavenly source crystal pills, he would have to refine them using heavenly source crystals. And for Xinxiang, this was not particularly difficult. As long as he used the world-defying God furnace, he could easily refine it. Xinxiang seemed to be able to grow the nine-leaf orchid very easily, but it was actually very difficult for others to do so. First of all, the heavenly source crystal pill was not something that anyone could have. Then there was the power of the time origin bead and the life origin bead inside the 6 realms mirrors, which could only be used by Xinxiang. In addition, the one controlling the 6 realms mirrors was little sister Xiao Jing's 6 life soul. Not a single one of these conditions could be missing. The energy of the dozens of heavenly source crystal pills had not been completely absorbed. After the nine-leaf blue flower seeds absorbed them, they quickly grew and turned into blue flowers. Xinxiang suddenly realized something strange. The largest nine-leaf blue flower was releasing a blue glow that enveloped the small flowers. Big brother, the nine-leaf blue, doesn't seem to want these flowers to be picked. Little sister Xiaojing said, "The reason why the nine-leaf blue is called a precious medicine is because it definitely has intelligence. Those little flowers are all its children." Little sister Jing, I feel that the highest value of a precious medicine should not be to be eaten or picked directly, Xinxiang suddenly said. The people of the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland have never deeply researched precious medicines and primal chaos divine medicine. After all, people already have a preconceived notion of medicinal herbs. They're used to eat or to refine pills. Little sister Xiao Jing said, "Big brother, then tell me, what is the greatest value of these precious medicines?" Xinxiang stared at the nine-leaf orchid on top of the 6 realms mirrors and said, "The precious medicine can produce some things." Chapter 45:12. That is to say, Xinxiang can feel what the treasure medicine is doing if other people, probably already this blue, to purple nine-leaf blue to eat. Soon after, Xinxiang moved the nine-leaf blue into the divine mirror of 6 paths. Little mirror opened up a separate space for the nine-leaf blue. Xinxiang believed that the nine-leaf blue could continue to grow. Perhaps it was already a chaos divine medicine and could continue to grow to a higher realm. Big brother, what kind of behavior is this 9-leaf blue producing flower do? It seems like you and the 9-leaf blue have reached a tacit understanding. Little Mirror smiled. How magical. That flower do. I think it's a medicinal liquid refined by itself. Shen Xiang took the bottle and dripped a drop in the palm of his hand. He said, I can feel that these flowers have traces of being tempered. The 9-leaf blue knows alchemy? Little Mirror was very surprised. Not only can it refine medicinal liquid, it might even be able to refine pills in the future. Xinxiang smiled. The 9-leaf blue's self-learning ability is very strong. As he spoke, Xinxiang absorbed the drop of 9-leaf blue flower dew through his palm. Immediately, a very warm feeling flowed into his palm. Then his soul felt incomparably relaxed. This 9-leaf blue is really a good thing, Xinxiang said with a smile. Just a small drop, it has such an effect. Xinxiang had expended a lot of mental energy over the past few days. His soul was very tired, but just a small drop made him feel much more energetic. He did not immediately absorb a large amount of 9-leaf blue flower dew because it was most effective for alchemy. Directly absorbing the flower dew would be a huge waste. What surprised Xinxiang was that the dozens of heavenly source crystal pills he had given to Jiu Yilan to absorb had not been completely absorbed by Jiu Yilan. The 9-leaf blue was still producing flower dew, which Little Mirror was in charge of collecting. In addition, the 9-leaf blue petals would shed a layer of light blue flower clothes, and the leaves would fall and grow again. Xinxiang discovered that the fallen flower clothes and flowers and leaves all contained a lot of soul elemental energy. The petals should fall as well. Xinxiang said, if the petals fall and grow again, maybe the reborn petals will be even stronger. Then let's just wait for them to fall off naturally. Next, Xinxiang used the petals and leaves of the 9-leaf blue orchid to fuse with the flower nectar to refine pills. He believed that a pill refined in this way would definitely bring about good results. If he had consumed the 9-leaf blue elixir right after he had obtained it, the benefits he would have received would be far less than if he had consumed this pill. The large 9-leaf blue orchid and the 9 small 9-leaf blue orchid had dropped quite a lot of leaves and petal skins. When collected, they would be far more valuable than the half-dead 9-leaf blue orchid. Initially, Xinxiang had planned to plant a large amount of 9-leaf blue flowers and use them to refine pills. However, the current situation seemed to be better than him sizing up the plant. This was because as long as he provided energy, the 9-leaf orchid would also produce flower dew. In the future, it might even condense into something even more amazing. Xinxiang threw the materials into the world, defying God Furnace, and quickly refined a blue pellet. He named this pellet the 9-leaf blue soul pellet. It could increase the cultivation of the soul. Xinxiang really needed to raise his soul cultivation because in the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland, most of the people had extremely high soul cultivation, and the other cultivations were not particularly outstanding. If Xinxiang wanted to have enough strength, he had to first improve his soul. Only with a strong soul could he have a strong body. The big men from the Heaven Illuminating sect that he had met before were all at the 150th step of the soul. Yi Tianchu's soul was also at the 120th step of the soul. As for Li Minqing's soul cultivation, it was at the 200th step. After all, she was an outer sect elder. The reason why she was not strong enough was mainly because she had been surrounded by 10 people. Furthermore, she did not have a good cultivation technique. A soul cultivation of the 200th step, and Li Minqing was only around 300 years old. It could be said that her talent was extraordinary. As for why she was not valued, Xinxiang did not understand. If he was a higher up in the Heavenly sect, he would definitely value Li Minqing. The Queen of the Profound, what Aunt Race had cultivated for many years. Her soul cultivation was close to the 300th step. It was not bad that she was higher than Li Minqing, but not by much. The problem was that she was much older than Li Minqing. Therefore, Shen Xiang could not understand this point. Li Minqing was clearly very outstanding. Furthermore, the 10 middle-aged men and women who had surrounded Li Minqing had soul cultivation of around 120 to 130. Compared to Li Minqing, they were relatively weaker. Shen Xiang thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. The Yi Heavenly sect did not accept people who did not have the Yi Heavenly bloodline. Chapter 45:13. The outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Ghost sect do hard work. They do the hardest, most tiring, and most dangerous work. Their main job is to mine Heavenly Source crystal ores and other resources. Places with these resources are often filled with danger. For example, Heavenly Source crystal ores are targeted by all kinds of powerful beings. However, after they mine a large amount of Heavenly Source crystal ores, they do not receive any rewards. Instead, the Heavenly Source crystal ores are sent to the inner sect. Only a small number of outer sect disciples have extraordinary talent and can have certain cultivation and strength. However, compared to the inner sect disciples, they are still lacking. Among the inner sect disciples, the strongest is Little Brother Emperor Yi. Next are the disciples of Little Brother Emperor Yi. Li Minqing poured out all kinds of grievances to Shen Xiang. Inner sect only needs outer sect disciples to work. They do not accept outer sect disciples. Li Minqing sighed and said, therefore they do not need outer sect disciples to become inner sect disciples. They crazily exploit outer sect disciples. Every year, there should be outer sect disciples who can become inner sect disciples, right? Shen Xiang asked. There are some, but those who can enter the inner sect are pitifully few. Li Minqing said, it is not that they do not meet the requirements. It is just that the inner sect recruits disciples every year. However, most of the quotas are in Little Brother Emperor Yi's hands. Those Heavenly Go disciples rarely choose outer sect disciples. Why is that? Shen Xiang asked. Because when Little Brother Emperor Yi chooses disciples, there is a certain amount of benefits. The disciples they choose are all disciples of aristocratic families. As for the outer sect disciples, most of them do not have any background. They do hard work. Li Minqing sighed and said, in that case, in the inner sect, only those old outer sect disciples are willing to choose outer sect disciples. Shen Xiang nodded, somewhat understanding. That is not necessarily the case. After entering the inner sect, those outer sect disciples are also inclined to choose aristocratic family disciples. Li Minqing said, if they choose aristocratic family disciples, they will receive tributes from those aristocratic family disciples. If they choose an impoverished outer sect disciple, they will not get anything. Shen Xiang now understands the situation of the outer sect disciples. Many people join the outer sect in hopes of rising to the inner sect. However, this path is too narrow. The outer sect of the Yi Heavenly sect was originally very powerful. It was because of that group of fellows that the outer sect gradually declined. Li Minqing said there will only be fewer and fewer outer sect disciples in the future, and it will be difficult to recruit people. It's clearly the inner sect's problem, but they're always blaming me. How is that Heavenly Ghost City, Lord, going to cause trouble for you now? Shen Xiang asked. He said that my management of the outer sanctum is terrible, resulting in the lack of outstanding disciples in the outer sanctum. He also said that the outer sect's disciples are getting fewer and fewer every year, and they are getting worse and worse. He hopes that the inner sect will replace me. Li Minqing said, Anqing, you said that outer sect disciples are mainly in charge of mining. Then, who is the one supervising the mining? Are you going to hand over the Heavenly Source crystal mine to the inner sect? Shen Xiang asked. He was also in need of Heavenly Source crystal. The mining situation of the Heavenly Source crystal mine is also very complicated. The water inside is very deep. Li Minqing shook her head and said, Let's put it this way. There are many large minds that are divided by the elders of the inner sect. The outer sect disciples are only responsible for mining and then handing it over to them. As for us outer sect disciples, we put in so much effort, but we didn't get anything. Doesn't the outer sect have their own business? Shan Xiang suddenly realized that there must be many disciples in the outer sect who are very dissatisfied, especially those who were sent to mine for nothing. We only have a few old mines that have been dug for many years. We don't have many heavenly source crystals left. It can be considered as the inner sect's charity to us. More than 10 million outer sect disciples rely on those old mines to survive. Li Minqing sighed bitterly. If we finish digging, I don't know what to do. In that case, the outer sect doesn't need to hand over the heavenly source crystal to the inner sect. Xinxiang said, There's no need anymore, because the inner sect has taken over all the good mines. The outer sect disciples can go and dig them. Li Minqing said, Among the outer sect disciples, how many are free? Xinxiang suddenly felt curious and said, More than 10 million outer sect disciples. This must be very difficult to manage, right? It's not difficult. These outer sect disciples are all very obedient, because when they entered the sect, they all had to sign a soul contract, so they all obediently abide by their duties and won't act recklessly. They also won't embezzle the heavenly source crystal mines and do whatever they are told to do. Li Minqing said, Right now, there are at least 3 million outer sect disciples who have nothing to do. The inner sect can't snatch the mines from others, so there aren't many new mines in recent years. So you're saying that we have to raise 3 million disciples? Xinxiang is somewhat shocked. Of course not. We only give these disciples a place to stay. When they don't work, we don't give them anything else. They don't have any complaints. After all, it's safer to cultivate here. Furthermore, this heavenly ghost city is also very good. Li Minqing said, Fortunately, our outer sect has a lot of land. Every outer sect disciple has a very comfortable residence. With so much free manpower, in Xinxiang's eyes, it was a huge waste. If he could make use of it, wouldn't he be able to earn a lot of heavenly source crystal? Anqing, if the outer sect starts their own business and earns extra money, would the inner sect say anything? Xinxiang asked. Of course not. I found a heaven and earth magic master before and helped me find a pretty good small mine. The heavenly source crystals in that small mine all belong to our outer sect. Li Minqing said, On this point, I have clearly discussed it with them. Xinxiang was ecstatic in his heart. It was too wasteful for the outer sect to be in the hands of Li Minqing and the others, and he had a way to make use of it. The inner sect has signed a contract with me. Half of the outer sect disciples are directly transferred to them to mine, so they don't need to pay those outer sect disciples. As for the remaining half of the outer sect disciples, I am in charge of managing them. I can earn as much as I can, but the inner sect doesn't need us to hand over any resources. Li Minqing said, Signed a contract? Xinxiang was somewhat surprised. That's right, but even so, I can't get anything out of it, because the Heavenly Ghost City Lord is keeping a close eye on it. All the resources earned by the outer sect have to be used on the outer sect disciples. I have to guarantee this, Li Minqing said. And the people in charge of the accounts are all sent by the inner sect. Anqing, you just have to squeeze a little. Xinxiang laughed. Those 3 million outer sect disciples are too idle. I have to make good use of them. I can make a lot of money through them. Chapter 45:14. Although Li Minqing knew that Xinxiang had the full support of the Heavenly Go Holy Maiden, she could not imagine how Xinxiang would use a large number of outer sect disciples to earn resources. Little Shen, what is your plan? Just tell Anqing. Li Minqing knew that Xinxiang was capable, so she did not doubt Xinxiang's ability. I haven't figured out the specific plan yet. In short, in the next few days, you should organize those idle disciples and sign a contract with them. Sign a contract with them and ensure that they are under your control. Xinxiang said, You have to do your best to reorganize the outer sect. Don't let the Heavenly Ghost City Lord instigate them to cause trouble. That's not a problem, Li Minqing said. For many years, the Heavenly Ghost City Lord has been trying to incite a large number of outer sect disciples to oppose me, but the outer sect disciples do not fall for this trick. That group of Heavenly Go disciples have no idea that they have been completely hated by the outer sect disciples. Li Minqing was not as greedy as the other powers in the Heavenly Go inner sect. She had never given less to the outer sect disciples. Therefore, Li Minqing's position in the hearts of the outer sect disciples was extremely high. They also knew that Li Minqing had always been thinking for them, but she was powerless. After all, the Heavenly Ghost sect had a strict hierarchy, and Li Minqing could not shake the firm hierarchy of the inner sect. Then it's easy, Xinxiang nodded and said, because our next move requires these outer sect disciples to keep it a secret. Little Xin, those are 3 million outer sect disciples. If we use them, the Heavenly Ghost City Lord will definitely know. There's no way to keep it a secret. Li Minqing shook her head and said, I can guarantee that these disciples will not leak the news, but the Heavenly Ghost City Lord will definitely be able to find out. As long as they don't say anything specific, it's fine. Xinxiang laughed. Oh, right, little Xin, are you planning to ask them to mine? Li Minqing said, Did you find a big mine? But that's not possible. If there was a big mine nearby, it would have been discovered by the Heaven and Earth Magic Masters long ago. Are Heaven and Earth Magic Masters specialized in finding mines? Xinxiang asked. That's right. Those guys still have the ability to find ores. Li Minqing nodded. It's just that they're asking for an extremely high price, and most of the mines have been taken over by others. There are fewer and fewer places for Heaven and Earth Masters to use their skills. I don't intend to let him mine. Xinxiang shook his head and laughed. Mining is so tiring, and that kind of environment is very dangerous. Then what are we going to do? Those are 3 million outer sect disciples. Although they are weak, they are still outer sect disciples of the E-Heavenly sect. Compared to many people, they are still relatively strong. Li Minqing said, These disciples all have a certain level of cultivation and also grasped cultivation techniques. Yeah, so it's a waste to let them mine. Xinxiang said, I plan to let them grow medicinal herbs. Plant medicinal herbs? Li Minqing frowned and said, What kind of medicinal herbs? This was too difficult. Planting divine herbs? Not to mention the outer sanctum. That kind of talent is rare even in the inner sanctum. Li Minqing only felt that Xinxiang did not know enough about divine herbs. Although divine herbs were not as good as precious herbs, they were still more expensive resources. Planting divine herbs, Xinxiang said with a smile. Anqing, do you know what I'm best at? I'm best at pills. So in terms of planting divine herbs, I'm best at it. Then what should we do? Li Minqing only knew that Xinxiang was Yi Tianqu's servant and that he had profound wood ants. She knew nothing about Xinxiang's alchemy skills. She did not know how terrifying Xinxiang's alchemy skills were. When I came to Heavenly Ghost City, I saw a lot of empty land outside the city, right? Xinxiang asked, especially since other than that huge forest, there are only plains, which empty land is out of the E-Heavenly sect's control and does not belong to the E-Heavenly sect. Heavenly Ghost City was built near the Heavenly Go mountain range, mainly for the energy attracted by the Heavenly Go mountain range. Li Minqing thought for a while and said, And under the cover of the Heavenly Go mountain range, we cannot mess around because that is the E-Heavenly sect's territory. I need a lot of empty land. If we cannot get close to the Heavenly Go mountain range, then forget it. As long as it is empty land, it will be fine. Xinxiang said, Anqing, do you think you can separate the E-Heavenly sect's outer sanctum from Heavenly Ghost City? Ah, why? The majority of the outer sect disciples were here for Heavenly Ghost City. If we go independent, many outer sect disciples will complain. Li Minqing quickly shook her head and said, "The Heavenly Sect's inner sanctum will definitely not say anything. But I can't deal with the outer sect disciples. What the Heavenly Ghost City Lord covets should be the outer sanctum." Xinxiang looked at the small manor and said with a smile, "The outer sanctum's territory is indeed a treasure land." "Isn't that so? This is also the outer sanctum's only advantage. If the outer sanctum goes independent, the outer sect disciples will probably rebel," Li Minqing said while shaking her head. "If you don't go independent, the Heavenly Ghost City Lord will pressure you step by step," Xinxiang said. "I believe that they will think of ways to force you away. If you lose the outer sanctum, it will be a huge loss. Little Shen, why do you want to go independent? Is it to break away from Heavenly Ghost City?" Li Minqing asked. "That's right. As a sect, this city should pay tribute to you." Xinxiang curled his lips and said, "However, your outer sanctum, which has more than 10 million people, has been drained of blood by this city for many years. Most of your disciples' transactions in this city will flow into Heavenly Ghost City. All right, we can try it out with those 3 million disciples first." Li Minqing said the outer sanctum still has some heavenly origin crystals, enough to build a small city to accommodate 3 million outer sect disciples. Furthermore, if we can persuade them to build it, we can even save a large amount of heavenly origin crystals. "That's easy to say." Xinxiang laughed. "Anqing, go and help me investigate right now. What kind of divine medicine is more popular and consumes the most and fastest?" Xinxiang had the life origin pearl in his hands. As long as he had enough heavenly origin crystals, he could modify the divine medicines. Furthermore, through the life origin pearl, he could make the divine medicines grow quickly. In addition, he wanted to teach the outer sanctum disciples how to release the energy in their bodies to cultivate the divine medicines. Li Minqing immediately went to do it, while Xinxiang returned to his room and contacted Yi Tianshu to ask her about the inner sanctum situation. He also wanted her to secretly help Li Minqing to reduce the pressure on her. "Master, this is the current situation of the outer sanctum." Xinxiang told Yi Tianshu in detail about the complicated situation of the Heavenly Ghost Sect's outer sanctum. Chapter 45:15. Xinxiang did not know what kind of status Saintess Yi Tianshu had. Now he could use this matter to let her try and see if those old fellows in the inner sect would listen to her. Independence of the outer sect. Although Yi Tianshu did not understand much, she realized that this was a big deal. "Master, what kind of status do you have in the inner sect?" Xinxiang asked. "Now, let's see if they are willing to listen to you. This is not a small matter. If they are willing to do this, it means that they value you." "I'll try. Wait for my news." Yi Tianshu replied and immediately took action. She suddenly felt that something was wrong. Xinxiang called her master, but why was it that Xinxiang was teaching her how to do things? As for Xinxiang, he couldn't help but use Yi Tianshu as a tool. Fortunately, Yi Tianshu listened to him. Not long after, Yi Tianshu sent news back. The inner sect has agreed to the independence of the outer sect. They said that the outer sect occupies a large piece of land in Heavenly Ghost City. They have long wanted to go independent. Yi Tianshu said, "If I ask them now, they will immediately agree." Xinxiang was stunned. He did not expect that the Heavenly Ghost sect would despise the outer sect so much. They had long disliked the outer sect. "Master, you asked the inner sect to agree that the outer sect has absolute autonomy. They cannot interfere too much." Xinxiang said, "Since the outer sect has to give up so much land in Heavenly Ghost City, they have to give the outer sect some benefits. They said that they will let the outer sect fend for itself. They even want to separate the outer sect." Yi Tianshu said, "Therefore the outer sect will definitely be very free." Xinxiang was shocked again. the Heavenly Ghost sect was actually going to completely abandon the outer sect. One had to know that many outer sect disciples were helping the inner sect mind. If they were to abandon them just like that, the millions of outer sect disciples would definitely be in an uproar. That's good too. Shen Xiang did not expect that the outer sect's independence would go so smoothly. He immediately contacted Li Minqing and told her this news. After Li Minqing heard this, she felt a chill in her heart. She knew very well how a large number of outer sect disciples would react. Shen Xiang only told Li Minqing to get more compensation. If the inner sect wanted to get rid of the outer sect, there must be a lot of benefits involved. As for what kind of benefits, Shen Xiang couldn't figure it out. He only knew that the land occupied by the outer sect was targeted by someone. Li Minqing was helping Shen Xiang collect the seeds of the divine medicine, so she had to rush back to the outer sect immediately. She had only been back for a little more than 2 hours when news came from the inner sect. He said that Saintess Etian had given clear instructions to separate the outer sect. The matter of the Heavenly Go, Holy Daughter, had already spread throughout the Heavenly Go sect. After all, the Heavenly Go bell had been ringing for a long time. Furthermore, the Heavenly Go sect had purposely publicized this matter. This is because the arrival of the Heavenly Go Saintess can greatly increase the strength of the Heavenly Go sect. Now, the Holy Maiden was the one who had single-handedly pushed the outer sect aside. This made those old fellows in the Heavenly sect acknowledge Etian Shu even more. After all, she was the one who had suggested it. Now the inner sect could justifiably kick the outer sect aside. If they wanted to scold someone, they should scold the Heavenly Go Saintess. Good heavens! Master is the scapegoat. Shen Xiang had not expected things to develop like this. Over the next few days, Li Minqing endured a lot of pressure. She agreed to leave the Heavenly Go City for the outer sect. Furthermore, the outer sect would have to fend for itself and would no longer rely on the Heavenly Go sect. They would also have to change their name and would no longer refer to themselves as the Heavenly Go sect. The outer sect disciples were in an uproar. However, this matter had not spread to the millions of mining disciples yet. Soon, it would definitely spread. Although many outer sect disciples had gathered in Heavenly Go City to oppose this matter, they knew very well that their opposition was useless. In short, they had been completely abandoned. The Heavenly Go sect had also given them some benefits, such as helping them rebuild their homes and setting up defensive arrays. Li Minqing was also comforting the disciples, saying that she would build a city not far from Heavenly Go City. Everyone could still enter Heavenly Go City. Fortunately, Li Minqing's personal reputation was not bad. The disciples had no other choice but to follow Li Minqing for now. This was because Li Minqing still had some small heavenly source crystal mines and had some financial resources. Li Minqing chose to build a city outside the Heavenly Go mountain range. From here, one could see the majestic Heavenly Go mountain range floating in the air. Although those several huge mountains were far away, they still gave off a very shocking feeling. Here, there was a lot less natural energy. It could be said that it was very thin. It was worlds apart from Heavenly Go City. Li Minqing endured a lot of pressure as she led these abandoned disciples to rebuild the city. It only took her 10-odd days to finish. Chapter 45:16. Even in the universe Divine Sense Sea, the black wood ant was very ancient and famous. After so many years of evolution, it had also grasped many abilities. The most peculiar thing was that the abilities of these blackwood ants were all bestowed by the Ant Granny, the Ant Queen. She would lay whatever kind of eggs she needed and then raise them to adulthood. Right now, the black wood ants that specialized in digging tunnels were called stealth black ants. They could dig out a tunnel with extremely strong concealment abilities. Little Shin, don't worry about being discovered. My location is very deep to begin with. You have to know that during a battle, no matter how strong one is, it is difficult to create a large crater in the ground. This land is very sturdy. Grandma Ant laughed. Shin Xiang had also investigated before, and his consciousness was indeed unable to penetrate deeper. Furthermore, the deeper one went into the ground, the harder it was to dig. The deeper one went, the harder the stones would be. Furthermore, the temperature in the depths was very high, and there was also an extremely strong earth pressure. It was a type of strong pressure that came from the earth. On the other hand, the black wood ant could easily dig deep into the ground. What was even more amazing was that the black wood ant that dug the tunnel could even eat all of the stones and turn them into their own energy. Just a few stealth mystic ants could easily dig out a secret tunnel that was deep underground. This ability made Shen Xiang gasp in amazement. Grandma Ant, your black wood ant race is so powerful. Do the other powers know? Shin Xiang asked. In all these years, have you ever fought with them? Shin Xiang always felt that the black wood ant was not that simple, especially this ant queen. After living for so many years, it should have attracted the attention of other powerful forces. Of course they know of my existence. However, they know nothing about my abilities. They also want to subdue my black wood ant race, but they have never had the chance to meet me, nor can they find me. Grandma Ant laughed. Shin Xiang could help her extend her lifespan, which was why she followed Shin Xiang. After all, she had been running around for so many years, searching for all sorts of resources, all for the sake of extending her lifespan. Now that he could lie comfortably in Shen Xiang's 6 realms mirrors, he could extend his lifespan. To this old ant, it was a great thing. After digging for an entire day, the stealth black ant finally arrived at Heavenly Ghost City. What surprised Shin Xiang was that a lot of faint golden liquid seeped out from under Heavenly Ghost City. It seemed to be a dark river deep underground. Furthermore, it was very warm. It's like the energy of a heavenly source crystal, but diluted by a large amount of water. Shen Xiang sighed as he looked at the golden stream flowing in the tunnel. There's something under the Heavenly Ghost City that can gather the energy of heaven and earth. However, because the city was built, the energy was extracted and dispersed, so it was unable to form a heavenly source crystal mine. In the end, it could only form a liquid that mixed with the underground water, Granny Ant said. She was quite familiar with this. After all, the Xuanmu ant clan often moved underground. Are there no heavenly source crystals here? Shen Xiang was a little disappointed. No. However, the natural terrain here can form a super heavenly origin crystal mine. It is just that Heavenly Ghost City was built. As a result, the terrain has sunk too much, so it can't form a mineral vein. Grandmother Ant said, after confirming that the heavenly source crystal spring could be brought in from under the Heavenly Ghost City, Shin Xiang felt a lot more at ease. This way, the plan to plant the divine medicine could be carried out smoothly. Shen Xiang returned, and Granny Ant sent out even more stealth black ants to dig more tunnels. After that, she arranged for a large number of blackwood ants to dig a very spacious underground lake in the middle of the city. It was specially used to store the heavenly source crystal liquid. Granny Ant, I have an idea. I don't know if it will work. After Shin Xiang returned from underground, he suddenly had an idea. Tell me about it. Granny Ant said, do you think we can take away the terrain of the Heavenly Ghost City? Shin Xiang laughed. If we can take away a portion of it, then this divine medicine treasure city won't be too bad. I don't understand. Granny Ant said, things like terrain are too illusory. I only heard it from others. Those heaven and earth masters know how to look at things like terrain. All right, Shen Xiang only had this idea, but he didn't know if it would work or not. Li Minqing was busy with many things on the ground, but she suddenly felt that the surrounding energy of heaven and earth had become much denser. It was actually not much different from the Heavenly Ghost City. She immediately thought of Shin Xiang, but she did not dare believe that this was secretly done by Shin Xiang. After all, it was very difficult to change the density of heaven and earth energy in an area. Otherwise, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Ghost sect would not have chased the outer sect away. This was because the outer sect occupied the best treasure land in the Heavenly Ghost City, and it was especially big. When Shen Xiang came out of the secret room, Li Minqing immediately went to look for him. Little Shin, this all-around heaven and earth energy is a lot richer, is it you? Li Minqing in the small hall in Shen Xiang's house saw Shen Xiang come out, got up, and asked. Chapter 45:17. Inside the Six Realms mirrors, little sister Xiao Jing was busy cultivating the seeds of the divine medicine. Not only could she cultivate them now, she could also replicate a large number of them. Little sister Xiao Jing was now better at using the power of the life orb. However, the prerequisite was that she needed a large amount of energy. For example, the Tianyuan crystal spring they were absorbing now contained enough energy. Combined with the acceleration of the time orb, they could quickly replicate a large number of divine medicine seeds. Li Minqing arranged for people to cultivate the medicinal fields. In the heart of the city, there were hundreds of thousands of mu of land. Although it was the city lord's mansion, it was still a city within a city. Fortunately, this divine medicine treasure city was extremely vast, so even though it occupied a lot of land in the center, it was still very spacious outside. A large number of people were arranged to enter the city lord's mansion to farm. They seemed to know that Li Minqing wanted to grow medicinal herbs, but they did not think highly of it. This was because even when he was in the Heavenly Ghost City, he was unable to successfully grow enough divine medicines. The city lord of the Heavenly Ghost City had been trying to grow a large number of divine medicines for many years, but to no avail. The reason why he wanted to take over the outer sect's land was mainly to grow divine medicines. This was because the Heavenly sect believed that the reason why they failed to grow divine medicines was because the soil was not good enough. The inner sect of the Heavenly sect, which was the mountain range in the sky, also had divine medicines. They had succeeded in growing them, but there were not many people in the inner sect who took care of them, and they were not willing to let a large number of outer sect disciples in. As a result, the inner sect's large mountain range had always been abandoned and not used. Now that they had chased the outer sect away and obtained a large piece of land, it was mainly to grow divine medicines. For example, the Heaven Illuminating Sect and the Supreme Nine Palaces also had a large number of divine medicines, so their outer sect disciples were all very strong. Now that Li Minqing was independent, she could do whatever she wanted. If she really started the business of divine medicine, the inner sect would definitely be jealous of her. Shen Xiang had already thought of a way to avoid being targeted by the inner sect. As long as he brought out the holy maiden, Tianshu, he would be able to settle this matter. Li Minqing ran around teaching the disciples the soul origin technique. This was a technique created by Shen Xiang. It allowed one to quickly release their soul origin force and then condense it into a soul origin force bead. After these people in the city consumed their soul origin energy, they would be able to replenish it after a period of time through cultivation. It could be said that they were inexhaustible. Furthermore, once it was used up, the next generation of soul origin energy would be slightly stronger than the previous one. This was also one of the miraculous aspects of the soul origin technique. It was just that before long, there were some people who were more perceptive who discovered the peculiarities of the soul essence method and could not help praising it incessantly. To them, this was a very high level and precious cultivation method. However, Li Minqing passed it on to them and didn't sell it to them directly. This made them trust Li Minqing even more. After learning that the soul essence cultivation method had many benefits, and that it could improve one's soul cultivation, the disciples in the city immediately began to cultivate and condense the soul essence pearls. Li Minqing had also told them that if they condensed a soul essence pearl, they could hand it over to her in exchange for a bottle of Heavenly Source Crystal Spring. There were many Heavenly Source Crystal Springs in Heavenly Ghost City. They were very deep underground, and there were many tunnels connecting Heavenly Ghost City and Divine Medicine Treasure City. In the center of Divine Medicine Treasure City, there was an underground lake that had accumulated a lot of heavenly source crystal springs. Li Minqing had also accepted some disciples with good aptitudes and signed soul contracts with them, allowing them to stay in the city, Lord's mansion, to cultivate. At the same time, they were in charge of doing some work. For example, right now, they were in charge of filling the heavenly source crystal springs and exchanging them for soul essence pearls. The heavenly source crystal springs underground were not ordinary, because the 6 realms divine mirrors was floating above the underground lake, using the world-defying mountain river diagram to illuminate and change the heavenly source crystal springs. Xinxiang was also researching how to condense the terrain under the lake and then use the terrain to accumulate a large amount of heaven and earth energy, and then condense the heavenly source crystal springs underground. It was not a good idea to keep drawing from Heavenly Ghost City. This matter would be discovered sooner or later. According to the current speed of purchasing soul essence pearls, a large amount of heavenly source crystal springs would soon be produced, which would definitely attract the attention of Heavenly Ghost City. They would definitely investigate. So Xinxiang had to hurry up and let the Divine Medicine Treasure City condense his own terrain. The so-called terrain should be a kind of natural formation that formed naturally. Xinxiang said, "It's the structure of the various layers deep underground. Because of a coincidence, it formed a formation, and then it gave birth to a formation on its own, and even formed a formation soul." After a few days of pondering and experimenting, Xinxiang decided to use the 6 realms divine mirrors to project the world-defying mountain river diagram to the underground lake. Previously, Xinxiang had used the 6 realms divine mirrors to release the world-defying mountain river diagram, mainly because he had used the mountain river diagram to absorb the energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, in essence, the world-defying mountain river diagram had the same effect as the terrain. I need a large number of soul essence pearls. I just happened to buy a lot of them, so it should be enough. Little sister Xiao Jing laughed. The world-defying mountain river diagram absorbs a large amount of soul essence, then combines it with the mountain river diagram and projects it into the lake. A large amount of soul essence can be shaped into an array vein, which should be the so-called terrain. Chapter 45:18. Xinxiang suddenly felt that the terrain was nothing because he could already create a kind of terrain that was much better than Heavenly Ghost City's. Previously, he had been wondering if he could draw the terrain of Heavenly Ghost City over, but now the terrain he had created far surpassed Heavenly Ghost City's. The density of the heaven and earth energy in this divine medicine treasure city was not as dense as Heavenly Ghost City's, mainly because the terrain here had just been formed. Generally speaking, the terrain that had just been formed was not very obvious. It would take a long time to grow before it could reach a certain level. According to Granny Ant, the terrain would also cultivate on its own. After it grew, it would expand outwards. The second reason why the density of the heaven and earth energy was not as dense as Heavenly Ghost City's was because this city was too big, much bigger than Heavenly Ghost City's. In addition to blocking external attacks, the barrier could also prevent the heaven and earth energy from leaking out. Therefore, after the heaven and earth energy spread out, it would be blocked by the barrier. Xinxiang was still in the underground lake when Li Minqing sent a message through the communication talisman. She was very happy, but also very anxious and worried. "Little Shen, what's going on? Did you do it?" Li Minqing was very shocked. Previously, only the center of the city, Lord's mansion, had dense heaven and earth energy, but now it had spread throughout the entire city. Li Minqing was also very clear that, as long as this continued, the density of the energy in this divine medicine treasure city would definitely be comparable to Heavenly Ghost City's. This city was so big that it would definitely be more prosperous than Heavenly Ghost City. But at the same time, it was facing a great crisis and unstable factors. For example, how would the heavenly sect view this divine medicine treasure city? What kind of actions would they take? Li Minqing did not think that she had the ability to withstand the pressure of the heavenly sect. She was very worried that the heavenly sect would rush in and snatch it away. "Aunt Qing, I was indeed the one who caused the city to become like this. Don't talk nonsense." Shen Xiang laughed. "I'm deep underground. I'll go up and talk to you face to face later." "All right." Li Minqing was even more shocked. Shen Xiang was just a youth. How could he make the divine medicine treasure city have such a terrain? After all, Shen Xiang was someone who possessed the life providence of the world, defying the universe. His comprehension of the universe far surpassed others. So if he wanted to do it, there was a high chance that he would succeed. After Shen Xiang confirmed that the terrain had stabilized and was sustainable, he went to the ground. Li Minqing was already waiting for him here. The heavenly sect will definitely send people over. When the time comes, how should I deal with them? Li Minqing was very anxious as she paced back and forth in the hall. The first one to come is definitely the Heavenly Ghost City Lord. Just say you don't know. If they continue to ask, tell them to ask the Saintess. Shen Xiang had already thought of how to deal with the Heavenly Ghost sect. He smiled and said, "If you tell them that, they will have their own guesses." Li Minqing's eyes lit up, and she was completely relieved. Tianshu, the Holy Maiden, had been scolded miserably before. That was because the Heavenly Ghost sect had released news that the Holy Maiden was the one who had ordered them to remove the Heavenly Ghost sect's outer sect and chase the outer sect out of Heavenly Ghost City. Therefore, the people who had been chased away held a deep grudge against Saintess Tianshu. Li Minqing received the Heavenly Ghost City Lord as well as a few elders. According to Qin Xiang, this was all the arrangements of the Saintess of Etian and all the instructions of the Saintess of Etian. The Heavenly Ghost City Lord and the others were originally very jealous and angry, because in their eyes Li Minqing was not worthy of ruling this divine medicine treasure city. However, Li Minqing's words made them speechless and even somewhat afraid, because they did not understand the Holy Maiden's ability, and also because Itianshu's cultivation was too low. Many of the Heavenly Ghost sect's younger brothers did not approve of her. If the formation of this divine medicine treasure city was related to the Holy Maiden, what did that mean? Could the Holy Maiden create the terrain? After the Heavenly Ghost City Lord and the others left, this news quickly spread, causing a huge commotion in the Heavenly Ghost City and the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Those who were dissatisfied with Tianshu now turned their heads to flatter the Holy Maiden. As for the people in the Heavenly Ghost City, they also wanted to enter the Divine Medicine Treasure City. However, the Divine Medicine Treasure City was not open yet. Only the abandoned outer sect disciples were qualified to enter and leave. In order to prevent people from coming in and causing trouble, the Divine Medicine Treasure City would strictly inspect the people who entered and left the city. Although the 3 million abandoned outer sect disciples were given a lot of land, they only occupied a very small part of the entire Divine Medicine Treasure City. Chapter 45:19. I am also helpless. In short, the Master is still good to me now. Xin Xiang said, I can see that your relationship with the Saintess is not that of a master and servant. Li Minqing nodded. Xin Xiang did not want to become Tianshu's servant, but he had no choice. He was too weak back then. To protect the Saint Xian planet, he could only accept it. After he became Tianshu's servant, Tianshu could help him protect the Saint Xian planet and lure the Supreme Altar elsewhere. Although the Cosmos God Sea had encountered a sudden change, there were still people who survived. They could come over through the Supreme Altar. Now that the Supreme Altar was outside the Heavenly Mother's sacred desolate, it meant that the powers in the Cosmos God Sea would follow. Aunt Qing, I need a large amount of heavenly source crystals. I will leave it to you. Xin Xiang smiled and said, Of course, you can keep some for yourself. Anyway, you can keep a portion of the heavenly source crystals earned through this city to develop the city. We will split the rest. Li Minqing was very clear that through this divine medicine treasure city, they would be able to earn a huge amount of heavenly origin crystals without doing anything else. Will this city really belong to us? Li Minqing was in a daze. She felt that this was not real. Her strength was not too weak, but she was not very strong either. She could not defeat the experts from the Heavenly E sect. However, she was now in control of a huge city that was about to become prosperous. The benefits from this city were huge. She was very worried that she would not be able to protect this city. Of course, it belongs to us. Xin Xiang lay on the chair and stretched. He smiled and said, "Aunt Qing, you will have to work harder during this period of time. Properly plan this city. It would be best if you could attract more experts over." Divine Medicine Treasure City did not have enough fighting strength now. It was only relying on an array formation for protection. Although Yi Tianshu was protecting it now, she could not do so for long. Shen Xiang's only strength was the mysterious wood ants. However, even the mysterious wood ants could not guarantee that they could defend against strong enemies. "I know. I will try my best to earn some heavenly source crystals and attract more experts to our city." Li Minqing nodded. "This city really needs to be planned well. We have a lot of land that can be used." Over the next few days, more and more people came to Heavenly Go City. Most of them were tycoons. These tyrants were not from the Heavenly Go City or the Heavenly Go sect. They were either merchants or members of some family clans. They came to the Divine Medicine Treasure City because they smelled a business opportunity and wanted to buy land here. Of course, Li Minqing welcomed them. As long as they followed the rules, they were allowed to come in and do business. As for the price, Shen Xiang didn't have to worry about it. Li Minqing definitely wouldn't do a bad deal. In the city lord's mansion, there was a very large heavenly source crystal warehouse built underground. Shen Xiang had the mysterious wood ants dig it out. Li Minqing would regularly place a portion of the heavenly source crystals here. When Shen Xiang needed the heavenly source crystals, he could come here to take them. The seeds of the divine medicine that Xin Xiang had improved had already been planted in the medicinal field in the city lord's mansion. As for the methods and specific details of planting the divine medicine, Xin Xiang had also written them out for Li Minqing to arrange for people to take care of them. And what Shen Xiang needed to do now was to refine the heavenly source crystal dan and feed it to the nine-leaf blue. After the nine-leaf blue absorbed the heavenly source crystal dan, not only could it grow, it could also condense the nine-leaf blue flower due for Xin Xiang to refine. I won't need to worry about the heavenly source crystal for a long time. Xin Xiang was also refining the heavenly source crystal dan at a rapid speed. Xin Xiang went into closed-door cultivation for a few days. After refining over 1,000 heavenly source crystal dan, he also stopped to rest for a while. He took out the 6 realms mirrors and placed the communication talisman on the mirror. He tried to contact many people to see who would respond. Just like last time, only the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress responded. "Young Master Shen, I've finally been waiting for you to contact me. In the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland, the use of communication talisman is greatly restricted, especially when it's a long distance away." The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress sighed. "Furthermore, our communication talisman are useless here, but the communication talisman you gave us is still effective. What's going on?" Shen Xiang also felt that it was strange and asked, "Can't you use the communication talisman that you brought in from the outside?" "No need," the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said. "Why is young Master Shen still able to contact me through the communication talisman? And you seem to be very far away. It's really magical." "Big Sister Mistress, I am at the Divine Medicine Treasure City near the Heavenly Ghost City." Xin Xiang laughed. "Do you know where the Heavenly Sect is? It's not far from me." "Ah, you went to the Heavenly Ghost City, Divine Medicine Treasure City? I heard before that a city with an extremely strong terrain suddenly appeared near the Heavenly Sect. It was built under the instructions of the Heavenly Go Holy Maiden who just arrived," the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress said. Chapter 45 20. The heavenly demon Sword King's master, Tianyuan, actually had over 100 levels of cultivation in the heavenly Tao, which surprised Xinxiang. The experts that Xinxiang had seen in the heavenly demon universe, or the people that he had seen after coming to the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland, also had heavenly Tao cultivation, but they were all very low and could be ignored. It was indeed very rare for Tianyuan's heavenly Tao cultivation to be so high. However, he immediately thought of something. Tianyuan had come to the world-defying universe very early on and had stayed in the Saint Profound Star before. At that time, Shuang had even met Tianyuan. His cultivation in the heavenly Tao was very high, so it was very likely that he had cultivated it in the world-defying universe. Your Excellency, Sword King, where are you? Xinxiang asked. You can come to the Divine Medicine Treasure City. This place has just started. If you come here to develop, you will have a great future. We are in the Heavenly Ghost City, next door to you. My master was once an outer sect disciple of the world-defying universe's Heavenly Ghost sect. But not long after he arrived in this Heavenly Ghost City, before he could even join the outer sect, that outer sect was already disbanded. The heavenly demon, Sword King, sighed. Then are you interested in coming to the Divine Medicine Treasure City? Xinxiang thought that Tianyuan's strength was not bad. If he was nurtured further, he would definitely be stronger in the future. The Divine Medicine Treasure City was currently lacking fighters, and Tianyuan was a very good choice. Of course, we are interested, but my master and I are both poor. The heavenly demon, Sword King, said. Poor people like us won't be able to survive in the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Is Senior Tianyuan very poor? Xinxiang was in disbelief. Master is really poor. There's no other way. All of his resources are used for cultivation. He's a cultivator, so he won't go and earn resources. The heavenly demon, Sword King, said. The Divine Medicine Treasure City is going to recruit experts to guard it. The city lord is the outer sect elder of the E-Heavenly sect. You guys can come and try. Xinxiang laughed. If you pass, you and your master will definitely be able to eat and drink well in the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Of course we heard about it, but will the Divine Medicine Treasure City really want us? The heavenly demon, Sword King, sighed. To be honest, Master and I wanted to join the Heavenly Ghost City, but we were sent away by the city lord. Master wanted to enter the Heavenly East sect, but was refused entry. Xinxiang was secretly rejoicing in his heart. Tianyuan must be disheartened right now. If he could be given good treatment now, he would be even more loyal to the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Then I won't hide it from you. I am currently in the Divine Medicine Treasure City's City Lord Mansion, and the City Lord and I are good friends. Xinxiang laughed. City Lord Li Minqing, I call her Aunt Qing, and we have a good relationship. I'll just say hello to her. What? You play boy. It's one thing for you to occupy Purple Lotus, but you're not loyal to Purple Lotus, and even got together with City Master Li Minqing. After Heavenly Hell, Sword King heard this. It could be said that he was envious and jealous. How could he not know about Li Minqing's status? In Heavenly Ghost City, everyone respected Li Minqing, especially those former outer sect disciples, because it was Li Minqing who allowed them to live better lives. Moreover, Li Minqing was the most popular person by Holy Maiden Yi Tian's side. Heavenly Hell, Sword King, was very curious. How did Xinxiang get along with Li Minqing? He remembered that Xinxiang had entered the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland at around the same time as them. How could Xinxiang get along so well? Don't talk nonsense, she and I are just friends. Xinxiang laughed. If you are so talkative, then don't come. Just let your master come. Master, and I will be there immediately. Don't worry, I won't talk nonsense. I don't want to be killed by City Lord Li. Heavenly Hell Sword King could not wait to head to the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Most of the people in the Heavenly Ghost City yearned for the Divine Medicine Treasure City. After all, this was a brand new city. It was very spacious and not crowded at all. Most importantly, behind the city was the holy maiden Yi Tian. Xinxiang is in the secret room, fiddling with the 9-leaf blue. The 9-leaf blue was extremely mystical, now that he had more heavenly source crystal pills. The speed at which it absorbed them became even faster. Xinxiang quickly harvested a lot of 9-leaf blue flower dew, and after taking it down, he directly refined it into a 9-leaf blue soul dan. He estimated that he could refine more than 100 9-leaf blue soul dan this time, and as for how much soul cultivation he could increase, he could not estimate it. He was not in a hurry to eat the 9-leaf blue soul pills. Instead, he went to the small hall outside and called Li Minqing over. "Aunt Qing, that senior Tianyuan will be here very soon. Be more polite to him," Xinxiang said. "He can be considered my friend." "Little Xin, as long as their cultivation is not bad, I will accept them." Li Minqing nodded and smiled. The current her had more smiles on her face, making her look much younger and more beautiful. "Aunt Qing, you look even younger and more beautiful now," Xinxiang laughed. "I remember the first time I saw you, you didn't have any vitality at all." "Is that so? Many people say that I've become much younger," Li Minqing said with a smile. "This is all thanks to little Shun's help. It made my mood much better." Chapter 45:21. Li Minqing was also looking forward to the effects of this pill. She immediately ate it and savored it carefully to feel the effects of this pill. Not long after, she felt a very pure soul energy surging towards her. She immediately circulated her cultivation technique to circulate the soul energy. The soul energy was somewhat irritable and could not be absorbed by the soul for the time being. She used her cultivation technique to circulate the soul energy several times in her body. In this way, the soul energy that suddenly entered her body would gradually become docile and would no longer reject it. Only then could she guide it into her soul. Li Minqing stood at her original spot. Although this soul energy would not bring her any obvious increase in her cultivation at this moment, it was still not enough. However, if this soul energy was given to someone with a low cultivation level, it would be able to greatly improve their cultivation. After a while, Li Minqing exclaimed, "The effect of this pill is not bad. It's very suitable for those who have encountered a bottleneck or those whose perception is insufficient to eat it." "How valuable is it?" Xinxiang asked. "Extremely valuable." Li Minqing shook her head lightly and said, "I can't estimate it right now. After eating this pill, it is equivalent to being able to increase one's soul cultivation. It can save a lot of time." After Li Minqing finished speaking, she closed her eyes and once again felt the remaining energy aura of the pill. The greatest value of this pill is not to increase one's cultivation. It is to break through bottlenecks, and it can also increase one's perception. Li Minqing opened her eyes and continued, "Some people, after reaching a bottleneck, no matter how they cultivate, are unable to let their soul absorb any energy, causing them to be unable to break through. Do many people have this kind of bottleneck?" Xinxiang asked, "Why is it like this?" "Most people have it. I've only encountered it a few times. Sometimes the soul only needs to absorb a little bit to break through the bottleneck and enter the next realm." Li Minqing said, however, for some reason, the soul suddenly stopped absorbing energy, causing it to be unable to break through. "I also don't know what's going on. This pill is called the 9-leaf blue soul pill." Xinxiang chuckled and said, "It's not made from the 9-leaf blue, but a type of flower dew that is secreted by the 9-leaf blue." "Flower dew? Little Xin, is that the 9-leaf blue I gave you? You haven't eaten yet?" Li Minqing was a little surprised because she could feel that Xinxiang's cultivation had improved a lot. She had thought that Xinxiang had leveled up after consuming the 9-leaf blue grass. "I can't bear to eat this precious medicine. I have already raised that 9-leaf blue," Xinxiang said. "If I eat it just like that, then it will be a one-time deal. I planted that flower, and every once in a while I would be able to harvest a lot of flower dew. It can be a steady stream. I've had the 9-leaf bluegrass for so many years, but I've never seen any flower dew. I've read many records about 9-leaf blue, but I've never heard of any flower dew. Li Minqing found it unbelievable. Aunt Qing, I'm very good at alchemy. Although it is a precious medicine, I can also improve it. Shan Xiang said with a grin, then took out a few 9-leaf blue soul pills and handed them over to Li Minqing. This is... Li Minqing quickly refused. I don't want it. With my current cultivation, it's not very useful. Then, Aunt Qing, you keep it. You can use it to reward others. Shin Xiang rubbed his chin and said with a smile, This way you can attract even more experts to follow you, the city lord. All right. Li Minqing was also very clear that this kind of 9-leaf blue soul pill was indeed very attractive to those people with talent and strength. Shin Xiang once again warned Li Minqing, let her receive Tian Yuan, and then ran back to the room to cultivate. As his soul path cultivation became higher and higher, the speed of his improvement also became slower and slower. But to other things, his improvement speed was very fast. Previously, his soul Tao cultivation was 52, but following this period of cultivation, it had already risen to 70. When he ate those 9-leaf blue soul pills in seclusion this time, he would be able to rise to rank 80. To the vast majority of people, being able to rise 1 rank every year was already very good. However, Shin Xiang went into seclusion to rise more than 10 ranks at a time. Shin Xiang could only use the 9-leaf blue soul pill to increase his soul path cultivation now. As for the other 6 paths cultivation, other than his alchemy cultivation rising to rank 50, the other basically did not increase much. While he was cultivating in seclusion, he suddenly felt very weak tremors. Earthquake? Shin Xiang immediately opened his eyes. Because the tremors were very weak, he did not pay much attention to it and continued cultivating. About an hour later, Yi Tianshu sent him an urgent message. It caused a huge commotion in Shen Xiang's message talisman. Shin Xiang, something big has happened. Yi Tianshu's cold and solemn voice was transmitted to Shen Xiang's mind through the message talisman. What is it? Shen Xiang suddenly thought of that slight tremor and hurriedly asked, Someone is attacking Divine Medicine Treasure City. Chapter 45:22. I'll go there as soon as possible. Tianmu Palace Mistress did not doubt Shin Xiang's words at all. I'll go there as soon as possible in these 2 days. I'll ask the elders for permission to go to the Divine Medicine Treasure City. All right, we'll meet at the Divine Medicine Treasure City, Shen Xiang said with a smile. Logically speaking, Shen Xiang had just arrived at the Tianmu Sacred Desolate, and he had already obtained a precious medicine to refine pills. No matter how one looked at it, it was somewhat unbelievable. However, Tianmu Palace Mistress had never doubted Shen Xiang. She knew that Shen Xiang had that kind of ability. Tianmu Palace Mistress had said before that even she could not come into contact with precious medicines. From this, it could be seen how rare precious medicines were. Li Minqing, an outer sect elder, had also spent many years to obtain a relatively inferior precious medicine. However, to many people it was very precious. Shan Xiang could already grow precious medicines, but the precious medicines in the Tianmu Sacred Desolate were very special. If one ate them directly or used them to refine pills, they would not be able to maximize the benefits. For example, the current 9-leaf blue could continuously produce that kind of flower dew. Furthermore, as the 9-leaf blue continued to absorb the energy of the Tianyuan crystal pill, the quality of the flower dew it would secrete would be even higher. With Li Minqing's current cultivation, the pills refined from the 9-leaf blue's flower dew would not have much of an effect on her. It would no longer be able to increase her soul cultivation. If the 9-leaf blue continued to cultivate, after its realm increased, the flower dew it secreted would be useful to her. Perhaps the combined effect of a few pills would be equivalent to a 9-leaf blue from before. Shan Xiang came to the hall and took out a communication talisman to contact Li Minqing. He wanted to tell Li Minqing about this crisis and let her know about the current situation. Because the Divine Medicine Treasure City was temporarily stable, Li Minqing had also relaxed a lot. Shen Xiang had to make her nervous and increase the power of the Divine Medicine Treasure City as soon as possible. Li Minqing also arrived very quickly, bringing Tianyuan and Tianyang, Sword King, with her. Qin Xiang once again saw the Heavenly Dagger Sword King, and when the Heavenly Dagger Sword King and Tianyuan saw Qin Xiang, they also bowed respectfully. Although Tianyang Sword King was respectful, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Qin Xiang had never told them about his relationship with Yi Tianshu. How did they find out? Actually, this was what Tianyuan had deduced himself. Before Qin Xiang had arrived at the Celestial Mother's Sacred Desolate, he had asked the Heavenly Dagger Sword King about Yi Tianshu. Later on, Shen Xiang said that he was brought to the Heavenly Mother by a senior. Now that Tianyuan knew that Yi Tianshu was the Holy Maiden, and Chen Xiang had appeared in the Divine Medicine Treasure City, coupled with the fact that the Holy Maiden, Yi Tianshu, was backing the Divine Medicine Treasure City, Tianyuan connected the dots. Heavenly Dagger Sword King knew very well that Shen Xiang had previously hooked up with Yan Zillion. After Yan Zillion left, Shen Xiang hooked up with Saintess Heavenly Go. In his eyes, Shen Xiang's ability to live off women had already reached the pinnacle of perfection. Even he secretly admired Shen Xiang, this gigolo, for being able to climb up so many powerful women. To be able to live off such a high-class woman, this was not something that an ordinary gigolo could do. Heavenly Dagger Sword King was extremely envious of Shen Xiang. One had to know that although he had many women, he was the one who paid the price. Shen Xiang saw jealousy and envy in Heavenly Dagger Sword King's eyes. Then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There's no need for the two of you to be so polite. We can be considered old acquaintances, so be more casual. Shen Xiang laughed straightforwardly. Young Master Shen, you are someone by the side of the Saintess. You can be considered a sacred envoy. As long as you are a member of the E-Heavenly sect, you must be respected. Tianyuan cupped his hands and laughed. Please take a seat. Shen Xiang also smiled. After Heavenly Dagger Sword King and Tianyuan sat down, Li Minqing also sat down. Although Shen Xiang had not asked Li Minqing, he could tell from Li Minqing's politeness that Tianyuan was not weak. Little Shen, Senior Tianyuan is stronger than me. Li Minqing laughed. Now that Senior Tianyuan has joined us, our Divine Medicine Treasure City will be much more stable. Shen Xiang once again looked at the tall and skinny old man. He looked a little down and out, and although his clothes were neat and tidy, his gray clothes were very rough and old. His eyes were filled with sharpness, and when he met his gaze, he felt as if a sword would stab him at any time. Tianyuan used to be called the Heavenly Dagger Sword God, which meant that he was a sword expert. Senior Tianyuan, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I'm sorry for being disrespectful. Shen Xiang also quickly cupped his hands and praised. Chapter 45:23. The Tianmu Sacred Wasteland also had many large and small powers. If they could unite, they would also be a very powerful force. Shen Xiang now planned to use benefits to tie these large and small powers to the Divine Medicine Treasure City. This way, when the Divine Medicine Treasure City was in danger, they would also take action. These matters were left to Tianyuan, Li Minqing, and the others to handle. As for Shen Xiang, he only needed to properly plant those divine medicines. The divine medicine would be the greatest attraction of the Divine Medicine Treasure City. It would be able to make more people stay in the city and even allow them to take root here. The biggest contradiction between the two E-Heavenly sects should be Yi Tianshu. As long as she handled it properly, She could deal with the two heavenly sects and temporarily stabilize them. As for what to do, Shen Xiang could only wait and see. Tian Yuan, who had just joined the Divine Medicine Treasure City, immediately started to get busy. He was also a capable person. When he was sent to the Heavenly Nightmare Universe, he had completed many missions with outstanding results. Tian Wu, Sword King, could only sigh inwardly. Both he and his powerful master had become Shen Xiang's tools. Shen Xiang was studying the divine medicine seeds in the secret room when he suddenly thought of an idea. He wanted to soak the divine medicine seeds in the 9-leaf blue flower dew. He first diluted the 9-leaf blue flower dew into a large vat of Tianyuan crystal spring water, then soaked it in a large amount of divine medicine seeds. Then he used the 6 realms mirrors to inject the law of life into the life origin bead. After trying it out, he discovered that these divine medicine seeds had all undergone a huge mutation. Then he immediately used the power of the 6 realms mirrors' law of time to speed up the circulation of time and quickly grow a flower-type divine medicine. After soaking in the 9-leaf blue flower dew, the divine medicine seeds grew a lot bigger. Furthermore, their quality increased greatly, and their growth speed became even faster. After he matured this flower-type divine medicine and condensed the flower seed to form a seed, if he planted it again, it would not be able to take root and germinate. The seed was dead and could only be eaten. In other words, this kind of medicinal herb that had mutated through the 9-leaf blue flower could not be used as a seed after it matured. Then, Shen Xiang would have complete control over these seeds. If others needed them, they would have to buy them from him. He wouldn't even need to plant them. He could just sell the seeds directly. Shen Xiang got a large vat and then planted a few types of divine medicines. These divine medicines were usually in high demand and were more expensive. After that, he went to find Li Minqing and gave her the mutated seeds. When Li Minqing saw it, she was shocked. "Little Shen, these divine medicines. The quality is so high. What exactly is going on?" Li Minqing also knew that Shen Xiang had improved the seeds of the divine medicine and planted a large number of them here. But these that Shen Xiang took out now were many times better than the previous ones. "Aunt Qing, these seeds were also improved by me. Take the mature samples of these divine medicines and then take the seeds to promote them. This way, you can attract people to the divine medicine treasure city even faster." Shen Xiang laughed. "Okay." Li Minqing didn't say much and immediately began to act. This divine medicine treasure city also gradually started to operate. Every day, a large number of heavenly origin crystal would enter the city lord's mansion, and they could also collect a lot of soul essence energy beads. These soul essence energy beads were placed in a warehouse. They were all condensed from soul essence energy by the people in the city through cultivation techniques, and then used to exchange for Tianyuan crystal spring S from the city lord's mansion. The soul essence energy beads had a great use. They could be used as fertilizer for planting divine medicines, and at the same time, they could be placed deep underground in the city lord's mansion, allowing the terrain to continuously expand and strengthen. With a large amount of heavenly origin crystals, Li Minqing also recruited many array masters to strengthen the defense of divine medicine treasure city. There were also many people with decent strength joining in. They would all sign soul contracts, so there was no need to be afraid that they were sent by the enemy to cause trouble. On this point, Li Minqing was still very cautious. Shen Xiang got a lot of mutated seeds. He told Li Minqing that only those who had the identity card of the Divine Medicine Treasure City could buy these seeds. If one wanted to obtain an identity card, they would have to own a property in the Divine Medicine Treasure City, such as a house or a shop. Therefore, the Divine Medicine Treasure City was crazily building all kinds of huge buildings in order to accommodate more people. In just a day, the news of the mutated seeds in Li Minqing's hand spread throughout the city. Li Minqing also sold some, and many people who did business with divine medicines bought some back to study. Shan Xiang believed that it wouldn't be long before the news of the mutated divine medicine spread. After all, that kind of divine medicine had a little bit of the aura of a precious medicine, and as long as someone came into contact with the precious medicine and obtained those seeds, they would definitely be able to feel it. Chapter 45:24. Li Minqing had given Xin Xiang a very special identity token that allowed him to freely enter and leave the various businesses in the Divine Medicine Treasure City. In these businesses, Shan Xiang could use the token to enjoy all kinds of services for free. The reason why the Divine Medicine Treasure City was able to have such a good situation was all because of Xin Xiang. Only Li Minqing and Yi Tianchu knew that Xin Xiang was the one who did it, so they did not spread the news. Shan Xiang quickly arrived at the heavenly tower of the treasure city. He was currently wearing the same white clothes as the city lord's mansion, and when he revealed the special golden identity token, the waiter here was not sure what kind of token it was. He only knew that this person's identity was not simple. He was invited to a luxurious living room, and the shopkeeper of the Divine Medicine Treasure City immediately came to receive him. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. He did not look weak, and when he saw Xin Xiang's token, he immediately became very respectful. Although he was very curious about Xin Xiang's identity, he did not ask much. This shopkeeper who had previously heard from Li Minqing that there was a mysterious youth with a very high status who possessed this kind of token, so he did not suspect anything. Young Master Xin, the 500th floor of the Heavenly Tower of Treasure City is reserved for you. Shopkeeper Wu laughed. We have been waiting for a long time. So hi. Xin Xiang only nodded and said, Take me there. Shan Xiang followed shopkeeper Wu out of the living room and into a small room. Then the small room began to rise. There was no transmission array here. If it was on the St. Xian star, this kind of tall building would be transported up and down using transmission array, which was very fast. Shan Xiang understood that the Heavenly Tower of Treasure City had a total of 530 floors. As for the 300th floor and above, one would need to pay an extremely high fee and have a certain status to stay in. The 500th floor and above were not open to the public. They were all reserved for the city lord's mansion to receive distinguished guests. Shan Xiang arrived at the 500th floor. The entire floor was very big, with many rooms and various functional halls. There were secret rooms and training rooms, as well as a garden. Sister Asgard Mistress, which floor are you staying on? Shen Xiang took out his communication talisman to contact Asgard Mistress. I'm already at Treasure City's Heaven Tower. I'm on the 100th floor. It's very difficult for you to come up. I'll go down and pick you up. Mistress Tianmu said. Above the 100th floor it's very strict. You can't casually come up. Even the Tianmu Palace Mistress and her seniors could only stay on the 100th floor. Of course, this did not mean anything. Perhaps it was because they were more thrifty. All right. Shan Xiang thought for a while and decided to go to Mistress Tianmu's room. At the same time, he wanted to see what kind of people her seniors were. He had just come up and strolled around, looking at the construction situation of the Divine Medicine Treasure City through the windows on all four sides, and then immediately came to the hall on the first floor. There were many chairs here, and he was waiting for the Heavenly Mother, Temple Mistress, to come down. Every floor of the Heavenly Tower of the Treasure City was very big. It was a very straight, square building. It would take a while for Mistress Tianmu to come down from above. She was still the same as before, wearing a mask and an elegant white gauze dress. She had been struck by the soul transformation curse of the Life Spirit 6 clans, and her face was disfigured. If she did not remove the curse, no matter how she reconstructed her body, her face would be covered by the curse runes. Back then, he had placed a curse on her because he did not want her to spread the demon Soul Dao's cultivation technique. Come, Mistress Tianmu said softly to Xin Xiang, and then brought him into a small room. This small room quickly rose. Inside, Mistress Tian Mu did not say anything. In short, she was a little worried, afraid that someone would see something. Big sister mistress, what are you afraid of? Shin Xiang laughed. Of course I'm afraid, Mistress Tian Mu said in a low voice. If those seniors discover that I'm sneaking around, they will definitely say something. Not long after, they arrived at the 100th floor. Mistress Tian Mu immediately brought Shin Xiang and walked quickly. After a few turns, she used a jade tablet to open the door to the room and quickly pulled Shin Xiang in. If Shin Xiang had known earlier, he would have let shopkeeper Wu bring Mistress Tian Mu to the 500th floor and nothing would have happened. After entering, Mistress Tian Mu heaved a sigh of relief and said softly, "We finally met." "It's like you're having an affair." Shin Xiang giggled. "Big sister Mistress Tian Mu, your sneaky appearance really does look like you're stealing a man." "Little scoundrel, what are you talking about?" Mistress Tian Mu said lightly. "What's stealing a man? What do you have to steal?" "Those elders with you, who are they? Is it the Supreme 9 Palaces?" Shin Xiang asked. "Are they easy to talk to?" "I guess so." Mistress Tian Mu shook her head and said, "The distribution of power in the Supreme 9 Palaces is very complicated. There are a total of 9 palaces in the Supreme 9 Palaces. Our Mistress Palace should be considered one of the lower-ranked ones." Chapter 45-25. The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress did not have the qualifications to come into contact with the precious medicine. She could not even take a look at it. After she came to the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate and returned to the Supreme 9 Palaces, she understood the importance of the precious medicine and naturally wanted to take a look. The precious medicine was controlled by the Medicine Palace of the Supreme 9 Palaces. Only the people of the Supreme 9 Palaces, or the Pill Palace, had the qualifications to go to the Medicine Palace to see the precious medicine. Although she did not have the qualifications to come into contact with the precious medicine, she had been reading all sorts of books to understand the precious medicine. This was because the precious medicine was a very important cultivation resource in the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate. If she could grasp the relevant knowledge, she would not miss the chance to encounter it in the future. Therefore, the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress had a certain level of understanding towards the precious medicine. Now that she heard Shin Xiang say that the pills refined were not made using the precious medicine, but something condensed from the precious medicine itself, she was very surprised. In other words, the people of the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate still did not know enough about the precious medicine. In other words, Shin Xiang was too powerful. He had only been here for a short while, and he had already dug out the greatest value of the precious medicine. Others did not know what kind of existence Shin Xiang was, but the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress knew. The mysterious and powerful universe that Shin Xiang had created had now become the refuge of the universe Divine Sea and many other universes. There was definitely something special about it. Then, is this pill difficult to refine? The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress asked softly. She looked at the 9-leaf blue soul pill in her hand. She really wanted to eat it in one bite, but she would not do so because she felt that this pill was very precious. Of course, if it was Shenjini, she might have already swallowed it in one bite. "It's not too difficult to refine," Shin Xiang said with a smile. "Big Sister Palace Mistress, try it." "Ah, try it? Do you want me to lick it?" The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress was stunned. She knew that refining pills in the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate was extremely difficult. Therefore, she subconsciously felt that if Shen Xiang wanted her to taste it, he would not want her to eat it whole. Then he would only want her to lick it. What's the use of licking it? Of course it's to test the effects of my pill, Shin Xiang said. The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress was stunned again. Shin Xiang actually let her eat it. This kind of pill was so precious. Yet Shin Xiang gave it to her directly? Empress Tian Mu didn't think that Shin Xiang was interested in her. After all, Shin Xiang had seen her disfigured appearance. Although she used to be very beautiful and knew Xinxiang, Xinxiang couldn't recognize who she was. "Young Master Xin, I won't take your pill for free." The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress also did not want to take advantage of Xinxiang. Although her relationship with Xinxiang was not bad, the value of this pellet was very high in her eyes, so she was not willing to take it for free. "Up to you." Xinxiang waved his hand and said with a smile, "Eat it quickly and see how much it's worth." Tianmu Palace mistress immediately ate it, and soon she felt a surge of strange spirit essence force exploding in her body. She immediately circulated her cultivation technique, allowing the spirit essence force to circulate in her body. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress's cultivation was not as high as Li Minqing's, so she could not suppress this spirit essence force at all. Xinxiang is because the soul has been sealed for 100,000 years, and it has been tempered so it can withstand it. But the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress was different. Her soul was still very weak. "Young Master Shen, quickly help me." When the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress realized that something was wrong, she anxiously shouted. Xinxiang immediately took action and helped her circulate and refine the spirit essence force. At this time, he also saw through the clear eyes that the Heavenly Mother Palace mistress's soul cultivation was only at the 20th level. If it was the previous sacred domain, it would be considered not bad. However, in the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland, many people had 100 or 200 levels of soul cultivation. The Heavenly Mother Palace mistress's cultivation was simply not enough. Xinxiang's soul Dao cultivation base is now 80. He eats the 9-leaf blue soul pill. Even if he doesn't cultivate, let these Dan's soul elemental energy circulate in his body. He can also continuously improve his soul Dao cultivation base. Previously, it was only 75, but he would eat a handful of these pills from time to time, so his improvement was extremely fast. Chapter 45:26. When Lu Lei saw that the one who opened the door was a handsome young man, and that this was the room of the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple, this caused him to be greatly shocked, and at the same time his imagination started to run wild. Lu Lei was just about to curse the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple for being cheap, but he was dragged in by Xinxiang. Bang! Xinxiang slammed the door shut and then looked at Lu Lei. "Mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple, you slut. So the reason you came to the Divine Medicine Treasure City was to find a gigolo and have fun." Lu Lei looked very angry as he roared, "You would rather give this kind of gigolo than our fellow disciples of the Supreme 9 Palaces?" "Lu Lei, what do you mean?" When the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple heard these words, she was so angry that her face and ears turned red. Xinxiang immediately came to the side of the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple and pressed his hand on her back, helping her circulate the violent soul essence energy in her body. She had not completely refined the 9-leaf blue soul pill. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple was slightly taller than Xinxiang, and Xinxiang was standing by her side. One of his hands was even placed on her back, as if he was placing it on her waist. This made Lu Lei feel that Xinxiang was provoking him. You pair of dogs, you're really too despicable." Lu Lei scolded angrily, because in Lu Lei's eyes a woman like the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple, whose cultivation was lower than his, as long as he threatened her slightly, she would obediently throw herself into his arms and serve him comfortably. However, the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple was now with an incomparably handsome youth, which made Lu Lei very unhappy. "Lu Lei, clean your mouth. Your mind is filled with dirty things, so you think of others as dirty, right?" The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple finally understood what Lu Lei meant. "You are a member of my Supreme 9 Palaces. How can you have a secret relationship with an outsider? You are in the Supreme 9 Palaces, eating and living with us, but you are benefiting an outsider. You are betraying the Supreme 9 Palaces." Lu Lei scolded angrily. When he thought about how the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Temple and Xinxiang were together, he became even more furious. I don't care anymore. All of you will die today. Lu Lei's face suddenly became ferocious. He looked at Xinxiang and laughed wildly. I will first cripple your little lover, and then let him see with his own eyes how you are trampled by me. Ha ha ha. Xinxiang had seen Lu Lei's cultivation just now, which was at the 50th level of the soul path and 50th level of the heaven path. That was why he let him in. Because with Xinxiang's current cultivation, defeating Lu Lei was not a problem at all. Moreover, he had the help of the profound wood ant. Xinxiang's soul Dao was at the 80th level, and his alchemy Dao was also at the 80th level. As long as he concocted pills, his alchemy Dao cultivation would increase. These days he had been using the 9-leaf blue flower due to concoct pills, and his alchemy Dao cultivation had also increased by a lot. Young Master Shin, I'll stop him, you go. Tianmu Palace mistress knew that Xinxiang's cultivation was higher than her, but she didn't think that his cultivation could surpass Lu Lei's. Lu Lei was a disciple of the Fire Palace. Not only was his cultivation high, his equipment was also very good. He was an outstanding person in all aspects. I can kill him. Xinxiang pacified the soul essence in Tianmu Palace mistress's body, then took a step forward and charged towards Lu Lei. Lu Lei's fist was condensed with a type of golden flame. It was condensed from the heaven origin energy of the heavenly Tao, and then combined with the soul essence. If one was burned by this flame, their soul would be burned very painfully. You're courting death. Lu Lei did not expect that Xinxiang would actually rush forward himself and heavily punch Xinxiang's head. If it was any other time, the flames that would erupt from this punch would be able to burn the entire floor. It could be seen that Lu Lei was an extremely irritable person. He did not care about the consequences and attacked here, but now he was facing Xinxiang. Xinxiang reached out with lightning speed and grabbed the fist with his palm. Then he squeezed the fist with all his might. In an instant, Lu Lei fell into endless fear. He was very clear about what had just happened. The violent flames on his fist had been swallowed and absorbed by a very powerful Dan origin energy. Xinxiang did not know much about the Dan origin energy of the alchemy Dao, but he knew that the Dan origin energy could restrain flames. This kind of restraint did not mean that it could extinguish flames, but it could control flames or even devour flames. His level 80 alchemy, Dao origin energy, could completely crush the other party's level 50 heavenly Dao fire origin energy. If he wanted to shake the level 80 alchemy Dao origin energy, he would need at least 3 times the heavenly Dao fire origin energy. In other words, only the flames of a level 200 heavenly Dao origin energy could break through the suppression of Xinxiang's Dan origin energy. The Fire Palace of the Supreme 9 Palaces mainly cultivated flames. Most of the time their flames were used to refine pills with the people of the Alchemy Palace, or with the people of the Medicine Palace. Sometimes they would also act as thugs, and they also had a certain level of combat strength. Chapter 45:27. Lu Lei was a very high-profile person. When he came to the Heavenly Tower of Treasures, he caused a ruckus everywhere. Therefore, many people on the first floor of the Heavenly Tower of Treasures had seen him. Now, Lu Lei had left the Heavenly Tower of Treasures and even left the city. When the Supreme 9 Palaces found out that Lu Lei had gone missing, they would investigate and find out that Lu Lei had left the Heavenly Tower of Treasures without permission. Then, no one would suspect that it was related to Tianmu Palace Master. It's all done. Xinxiang received the news from Mo Ying's divine soul and said to Tianmu Palace Master, I don't understand. This guy doesn't have any ability, yet he is so arrogant. He is very strong. Tianmu Palace Master sighed and said, in the Fire Palace he is considered a core disciple. Him. Xinxiang frowned and said, if the core disciples of the Fire Palace are all like this, then can't I beat up most of the Fire Palace disciples? That's for sure. Young Master Shin, you are very strong. Don't you know? Tianmu Palace Master was surprised because Xin Xiang didn't seem to know his own strength. Me. I also don't know what level I am at in the Heavenly Mother Sacred Wasteland. Xin Xiang scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. When I first came to this place, I met a lot of powerful people, so I felt that I was quite weak. When Shen Xiang first came here, he met the people of the Heaven Illuminating Sect. If it wasn't for the help of the Blackwood Ants, he and Yi Tianshu would have been in danger. Later, they met the 10 middle-aged men and women who surrounded Li Minqing. It was also because of the Blackwood Ants that they were able to kill them. Xin Xiang's cultivation had increased a lot. However, only his soul Dao was outstanding. Although his alchemy Dao was at level 80, the power of alchemy Dao was not the main strength. However, in the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Desolate, it is better to be careful. Tianmu Palace Master bit her lips and said, I regret joining the Supreme 9 Palaces now. I really regret it. I feel that it is very difficult to integrate into them. Sister Palace Master, why don't your Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace leave the Supreme 9 Palaces? Come to the Divine Medicine Treasure City. Xin Xiang said. In his eyes, the Celestial Mother Saint Palace was the Celestial Mother Spirit race. They were all born through a method of the Celestial Mother Spirit race, so they must have a very ancient and mysterious inheritance. There was definitely a reason why the Supreme 9 Palaces accepted them. The Divine Medicine Treasure City belongs to the Heavenly East Sect, right? Then the Supreme 9 Palaces will definitely not let our Celestial Mother's Sacred Palace come here. The Celestial Mother Palace Mistress shook her head. The Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace can move, right? Xin Xiang asked. It can move, but it moves very slowly on the ground. Heavenly Mother Palace Master knew what Xin Xiang was thinking about and sighed. For Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace to run here, who knows how long it will take? It's very difficult. The Supreme 9 Palaces won't agree either. I have a way, Shen Xiang said. I will definitely help you leave the highest 9 palaces. Chen Xiang made up his mind, because the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace belonged to Xie Zillion. Although he did not know where Xie Zillion had gone to, he believed that Xie Zillion definitely had his own reasons, and did not come to find the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace. All right, but is the Divine Medicine Treasure City willing to accept us? This is also a difficult problem. Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress shook her head again and said, the Heavenly East Sect should not be willing. After all, we belong to the Supreme 9 Palaces. This Divine Medicine Treasure City is not under the control of the Heavenly East Sect. Xin Xiang smiled and said, why don't you think about who is the one responsible for this city being able to reach such a scale so quickly? Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress thought for a moment and immediately thought of Xin Xiang. It's you? She was very shocked. Of course, Shen Xiang said. Big Sister Palace Master, there is also a Supreme 9 Palaces in the universe God see. Furthermore, they have already run over here through a Supreme Altar. What? Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress did not know about this matter. After that, Qin Xiang and Tianmu Palace Mistress talked about the Supreme Altar, as well as the universe Divine Sensei. After Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress heard it, she also realized that the Supreme 9 Palaces here would be fighting with the Supreme 9 Palaces from the universe God see soon. Her Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace is so weak. If they really fight, it will be hard for them to protect themselves. After hearing Xin Xiang's words, she became even more determined to leave the Supreme 9 Palaces and merge with this Divine Medicine Treasure City as soon as possible. Big Sister Palace Master, this is for you. Shen Xiang took out a disc and said, there's a very large space inside this thing. It is enough to accommodate the entire Heavenly Mother Sacred Palace. After you return, control the disc to float in the air. After that, inject your own spiritual sense into it and activate the disc to light up and envelop the Heavenly Mother's Sacred Palace. This is a very powerful spatial storage divine tool. After Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress received it, she found it hard to believe that Shen Xiang actually lent her this kind of thing. Actually, this is nothing to Shen Xiang. It was all made by little sister Xiao Jing when she was bored. Little sister Xiao Jing has the spatial origin bead. Refining this kind of thing is simply a piece of cake. Shen Xiang also gave Li Minqing some. Let her go to the Heavenly Source Crystal, or the Soul Origin Energy Bead. Chapter 45:28. This old woman wore a black robe. Her eye sockets were deep, her face was full of wrinkles, and her eyes were very frightening. After she entered the room, she angrily scolded the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace, who was on the ground. "Damn girl! Why did you take so long to close the door?" Shen Xiang's heart was already filled with anger. He tried his best to remain calm, because this old woman was very strong and her entire body was emitting a strange evil aura. He had to find the right time to launch a sneak attack and deal a fatal blow to his opponent. "Senior Liu, I'm cultivating." The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace felt extremely wronged in her heart. She immediately took out a new mask to cover her face that was filled with incantations and said in a panic, "I am currently at the critical juncture of my breakthrough. I have to stay here for a few days and cannot travel far for the time being. You can stay here, but you have to pay for the room. This divine medicine treasure city has no value at all. You called us here, but you made us lose a large amount of room fees. When we leave, you will settle the room fees." The old woman sneered. "And you can't afford it." Shen Xiang immediately knew that this group of people had come here for the medicinal ingredients, but they would definitely not be able to get a good price. If he wanted to get a good price, or to get the goods, he had to settle down here. At this time, people walked in one after another. They were all from the Supreme 9 Palaces, from the Fire Palace, the Medicine Palace, and the Pill Palace. They were all middle-aged or old, and there were more than 10 of them in total. The old woman immediately told these people that the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace wanted to stay here for a few more days. Then they all scolded the mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace and wanted her to pay for the room. The invisible Shen Xiang came to the door and pretended that he had just arrived. A young man suddenly appeared outside the door, causing the people of the Supreme 9 Palaces to be extremely shocked. "Big sister, Asgard mistress, what's wrong?" Shen Xiang suddenly shouted. The mistress of the Heavenly Mother Palace was also stunned. She did not know what Shen Xiang was going to do. "Damn girl, who is this brat to you?" The old woman was from the Pill Palace, and also the one with the highest status in the group. "Big sister, Asgard mistress, is my friend," Shen Xiang said. "I found out that she was here, so I came to find her." "What?" After the old woman heard this, she flew into a rage and immediately glared at Tianmu Palace Mistress. When her sunken eyes opened wide, they looked ferocious and frightening. Empress Tianmu clenched her fists tightly. She looked at the old woman's expression and fell silent. In the past, when she was in the Saint Realm, she was an overlord who ruled over a region and controlled the entire Celestial Mother Palace. But now, she was being humiliated like this. This made her feel stifled in her heart. "He is my friend." Tianmu Palace Mistress suddenly said coldly, "My friend came to find me. What's wrong? What can you do about it?" "Your friend? And you came to the divine medicine treasured city just to meet a friend?" The old woman said angrily, "Good for you. Not only did you waste our time, you also wasted our expensive room fee. You, on the other hand, are here to see your little lover." Shen Xiang was a little speechless. Why did these guys think that he was the little lover of Empress Tianmu? He still remembered that Tianmu Palace Mistress had been slapped by this old woman. Although Tianmu Palace Mistress did not feel any pain, Shen Xiang felt a dull pain in his heart. Therefore, he must make that old woman pay. "I am the Palace Mistress of Heavenly Mother Palace. I have my freedom. Don't talk to me about room fees. After my Heavenly Mother Palace descended into the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate, how many Heavenly Origin crystals you took from my Heavenly Mother Palace will be deducted from those Heavenly Origin crystals. Tianmu Palace Mistress had gradually recovered her imposing manner as Palace Mistress. Good for you. You still dare to talk back. The old woman had already raised her hand. Wait. Suddenly a clear laughter was heard. Our Treasure City's heavenly tower values harmony. We reject this kind of troublemaking behavior. Shopkeeper Wu was here. Shen Xiang previously felt that Shopkeeper Wu was quite weak, but he did not expect that these old fellows from the Supreme Nine Palaces would actually give Shopkeeper Wu face. After seeing Shopkeeper Wu, they all smiled and greeted him. Shopkeeper Wu, it's good that you are here. Please judge for us. The old woman hurriedly walked over with a smile. Shopkeeper Wu was a handsome, middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing. Moreover, his temperament was extremely good. Not only the old woman, there were also a few middle-aged women who greeted Shopkeeper Wu with a smile. It was Shen Xiang who called Shopkeeper Wu over. Previously, Shopkeeper Wu gave him a bird that could fly through the small passage in the building to transmit messages. Chapter 45:29. This. Is it appropriate? The corner of Shopkeeper Wu's eyes twitched, then he nodded and said, All right, let's go to young Master Shin's place to talk. Old Madame Lu and the others were a little surprised, because Shopkeeper Wu called this young man young Master Shin. It was very likely that he was a rich kid. They immediately guessed that the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress was seducing a rich kid or something. Shopkeeper Wu walked in front and led everyone into a small room. This was an ascension room that only VIP guests could use. After old Madame Lu and the others followed into the ascension room, they looked around. This ascension room was very spacious and luxurious. Accommodating 20 to 30 people was not a problem. Then they seriously sized up Shen Xiang. They did not think that Shen Xiang was some rich young master, because Shen Xiang was indeed very handsome, but he did not have the arrogance that a rich young master should have. In the eyes of old Madame Lu and the others, young masters should be very arrogant. If they were young masters with status, they would definitely fly into a rage just now. Soon, they arrived at the 500th floor. Old Madame Lu and the others did not know how many floors there were. They only knew that it was definitely very high. The higher the floor, the more expensive it was, which also meant that only people with high status or very rich people could afford to live here. Shen Xiang opened the door and went in. He was directly in a very spacious hall with all kinds of luxurious decorations and furniture, although there were dozens of floors above, from the 500th floor onwards. The dozens of floors were all one, which was equivalent to the dozens of floors on the top floor, all of which were occupied by Shen Xiang alone. Young Master Shen, please ask your boss to come out. Old Madame Lu's attitude toward Shen Xiang was a little better, and she believed that Shen Xiang's boss must have a great background. I don't have a boss. Shen Xiang said, Let's continue to talk about Big Sister Palace Mistress. Brat, you don't want to give us face, do you? We are from the Supreme Nine Palaces, and can be considered as reputable people in the Heavenly Mother Sacred Desolate. Quickly ask your boss to come out. A middle-aged man angrily rebuked. They suddenly felt a little unhappy, because in their eyes, this young Master Shin was probably a small follower. They did not want to talk to a follower. Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress stood beside Shen Xiang and coldly said, You pay for your room yourself. I only pay for my own room. It's settled then. Scram. WH what? You told us to scram? Old Madame Lu's expression changed and became ferocious. She pointed her skinny finger at Tianmu Palace Mistress and screamed, You little bitch! You are too presumptuous. You dare to be so smug after hooking up with a little follower of a rich family? How dare you look down on us? You're dead meat. We can leave, but you have to pay for our room. Another middle-aged man angrily rebuked. It's not just the room fee. You'll have to help us pay the expenses of coming here. It's a total of 500,000 heavenly Genesis crystal beads. The heavenly source crystals were processed into beads of the same standard here, making it easier to trade. And 500,000 heavenly origin crystal beads was a lot, especially to the Milky Way Palace Master. She could not afford so much right now. The room fee is 5,000 a day. Since there are more than 10 of you staying here for 2 days, it's at most 100,000. Tianmu Palace Mistress gritted her teeth and scolded. You guys are spending it recklessly outside. Are you trying to scam me? Xin Xiang had already seen some problems. It should be the Supreme Nine Palaces that sent this group of people to Heavenly Ghost City to discuss cooperation with Divine Medicine Treasure City. In the end, this group of people took the travel expenses given by the Supreme Nine Palaces and spent all kinds of money on wine and women, or they secretly hid some. And now they actually wanted the Milky Way Palace Mistress to give it to them. We are the dignified people of the Supreme Nine Palaces, so we naturally have to be more decent. This concerns the face of the Supreme Nine Palaces. So we stayed in a high-end hotel, ate the most expensive food, used the best, and wore the most luxurious clothes. What's wrong with that? Old Madame Lu sneered. It's you who tricked us into coming to Divine Medicine Treasure City and made us waste so much. This is all your fault. I didn't lie to you. You were going to Divine Medicine Treasure City. Tianmu Palace Mistress said, You guys wanted to meet the Heavenly Go Holy Maiden in Heavenly Go City, but you guys found out that the Divine Medicine Treasure City is related to the Holy Maiden, so you guys came here. Shopkeeper Wu was also watching them argue from the side. He did not want to get involved, but if Shen Xiang was implicated, then he could only take action. Shopkeeper Wu, you be the judge. Old Madame Lu suddenly looked at Shopkeeper Wu and said, Tell me, is it this bitch's fault? No. Shopkeeper Wu smiled. Old Madame Lu and the others were startled, because Shopkeeper Wu was obviously not on their side. Shopkeeper Wu, this little bitch said that there is a divine medicine business in Divine Medicine Treasure City, so we came here. But after coming here, we didn't manage to do any business. We came here for nothing. Old Madame Lu said, She clearly doesn't understand the situation here, but she lied to us to come here. And she came here to find her little lover. Tell me, who else can we blame but her? To do business in Divine Medicine Treasure City, you have to buy property here, Shopkeeper Wu said. It's impossible for you guys to not understand this when you were in Heavenly Ghost City. Old Madame Lu was once again defeated. Then she immediately looked at Xin Xiang, pointed at Xin Xiang and said angrily, Brat, tell me honestly, what kind of shameful thing did you and that bitch Tianmu Palace Mistress do? If you have an affair with a woman from my Supreme Nine Palaces, you will be hunted down and killed by us. If you confess, we can spare your life. Shopkeeper Wu immediately frowned. Now that Xin Xiang was involved, he could not just stand by and watch. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a small box being taken out. Chapter 45:30. Shen Xiang, who looked like a young man, said that he could refine pills. Moreover, he could refine treasured medicines into pills. This was very hard to believe. Shopkeeper Wu also did not dare to believe it, but thinking that Xin Xiang had the token given by Li Minqing, he could only half believe and half doubt. Or perhaps he thought that the pill in Xin Xiang's hand should be refined by the elder behind him. However, even if it was a pill refined by an elder, it should not be taken out by a young man. If it was any other divine pill, it would be fine, but the pill in Xin Xiang's hand was refined from treasured medicines. This kind of pill was no small matter, and its value was even above treasured medicines. Old Madame Lu and the others were suddenly terrified. Shopkeeper Wu covered Shen Xiang, and Xin Xiang had a pill refined from treasured medicines in his hands. They did not believe that Xin Xiang could refine it, and thought that this pill was given by Xin Xiang's elder. Young Master Xin, you said that this pill is to be given to Tianmu Palace Mistress. Is this true? Old Madame Lu's attitude suddenly became very good. Of course it's true. Shen Xiang had already given her more than one pill before. He was just playing with this group of people now. You must not give it to her. You don't know, this woman has an evil curse called the soul-dissolving curse. Giving it to her will only be a waste. Old Madame Lu laughed. Give it to me. As long as you give this pill to me, then I will give you Tianmu Palace Mistress. I will make the decision, and you can do anything to her. A pill refined from treasured medicines, in the hands of an ignorant young man, in old Madame Lu's opinion. She would definitely be able to trick him. Old Madame Lu, don't lie to a child. Shopkeeper Wu's face became serious and said, Young Master Shin is our Heavenly Tower's distinguished guest. You better be honest. Shopkeeper Wu, I didn't lie to him. This Tianmu Palace Mistress is a member of my Supreme Nine Palaces, and she listens to me. I have the right to decide everything about her. Old Madame Lu laughed. To be honest, I had planned to send her to the brothel to earn some money for us. When Shen Xiang heard this, he was furious. Empress Tian Mu gritted her teeth in anger. She never thought that these people would actually have such a heart. Sister Palace Master, open your mouth. Shen Xiang suddenly shouted. Ah, the angry Tianmu Palace Mistress responded with a puzzled expression. Just as she opened her mouth, Shen Xiang stuffed the pill into her small mouth under the open-faced mask. Everyone was dumbfounded. When the precious medicine was refined into a pill, he actually gave it just like that, directly feeding it to the Sky Mother Empress. You're wasting God's gift. Old Madame Lu yelled, stomping her feet, because in their eyes this kind of pill was definitely very rare, and there was only one. Shen Xiang actually directly fed it to the Tianmu Palace Mistress. They all felt that it was extremely wasteful. How good would it be if they could eat it? Old woman, there's still one more here. Shen Xiang took out another pill and said with a cold smile, If you want this pill, fine, just give me a slap. You slapped Sister Palace Master just now. If you also give me a slap and let Sister Palace Master calm down, then this pill will be bestowed to you. Manager Wu was an experienced and knowledgeable person. What kind of scene had he not seen before? But today, a youth took out 2 precious medicines and divine pills in a row, shocking him until he was like a wild boar that had never seen the world. If Shen Xiang were to sell these 2 pills, that would also make sense. But he treated these precious medicines and divine pills like feces, feeding one to the Tianmu Palace Mistress. Anyone could tell that he wanted to anger old Madame Lu. And the second pill was actually just to vent anger for the Tianmu Palace Mistress. Who the hell was this youth? Too prodigal. 2 precious medicines and divine pills were actually all for the sake of venting anger for the woman beside him. Old Madame Lu agreed without even thinking and shouted, Isn't it just a slap? Forget about 1 slap. I'll give you 10 slaps. Come on. Shen Xiang, a youth, no matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? And old Madame Lu's cultivation was not low. Her soul Dao cultivation was over 100 levels. With over 100 levels of soul Dao cultivation, taking a slap would not be a problem at all. Chapter 45:31. Shen Xiang looked at the broken corpses on the ground, and suddenly felt that the Supreme Nine Palaces was only SOSO, and the people they sent were only at this level. For such a large power to send such a person without any demeanor, then the atmosphere of the entire Supreme Nine Palaces should be about the same. Before coming to Tianmu's sacred wasteland, Shen Xiang knew that the Supreme Nine Palaces was a very mysterious and powerful force in the universe divine sensei. However, the Supreme Nine Palaces of the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland was far from the one that Shen Xiang understood. In other words, the Supreme Nine Palaces of the universe divine sensei was the orthodox one, and the Supreme Nine Palaces of the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland should have declined. What about the E-Heavenly sect? The E-Heavenly sect here had the E-Heavenly Bell, and a group of people with the E-Bloodline. Then, how strong were they compared to the E-Heavenly sect of the universe divine sensei? Shen Xiang was also filled with doubts. He could only wait until he met the powers of the universe divine sense, before he would have an answer. Shopkeeper Wu, thank you for your hard work. Don't spread the news about this place. Shin Xiang warned. He had carefully observed Shopkeeper Wu before, and knew that he was a reliable person. Yes, young Master Shin. Shopkeeper Wu also wanted to ask more, but he didn't dare. Shan Xiang was stronger than him, and he might even be a treasure pill master. Facing such a person, Shopkeeper Wu did not dare to be rude. Young Master Shin, I will make the necessary arrangements. I will definitely not let the Supreme Nine Palaces suspect anything, and I will not let them know that their people died here. Shopkeeper Wu was obviously very experienced in dealing with this kind of matter. Then I'll have to trouble Shopkeeper Wu. Shin Xiang laughed. Oh right, what kind of people are those Supreme Nine Palaces? Are they really that strong? Shopkeeper Wu was startled, then looked at Tianmu Palace Mistress, because Tianmu Palace Mistress was also a member of the Supreme Nine Palaces. But Shen Xiang did not know about the situation of the Supreme Nine Palaces. I'm not too sure, either. Tianmu Palace Mistress shook her head. There has been a huge problem with the Supreme Nine Palaces for many years. They were very strong back then, but now they are far from the past. Shopkeeper Wu said, in short, the people I know from the Supreme Nine Palaces are not having a good time right now. Old Madame Lu and the others were so greedy, taking all kinds of small advantages. Moreover, they did not have the demeanor of a great family. From this, it could be seen that the Supreme Nine Palaces had indeed declined severely. In that case, how does the Supreme Nine Palaces compare to the Heavenly Sect? Shin Xiang asked again. They are all the same. Shopkeeper Wu said, the strongest ones are Saint Sunlight Sect, Six Souls Palace, and Life Soul Palace. Ah, when did the Six Souls Palace and the Life Soul Palace become strong? Shin Xiang asked. It's been hundreds of years. Shopkeeper Wu said, these two forces are new, but they are very strong. The Six Souls Palace belonged to the Life Soul Six Races, and the Life Soul Hall was a faction under the Life Soul Great Life Soul. As for whether or not it was still bound by the Life Soul Great Life Soul, no one knew. Shen Xiang did not expect these two forces to be stronger than the Supreme Nine Palaces and the Heavenly Sect. Young Master Shin, according to the information I have, the Six Souls Palace wants to annex the Supreme Nine Palaces. Shopkeeper Wu said again. And the Life Soul Palace wants to annex the Heavenly Sect. After Shin Xiang heard this, he was very surprised and asked, then what about the Saint Sunlight Sect? What kind of existence is it? Is it stronger than the Life Soul Palace and the Six Souls Palace? They are evenly matched. Shopkeeper Wu said, the Saint Sunlight Sect has always been very strong. The Supreme Nine Palaces is actually going to be annexed, and it is the Six Souls Palace behind the Life Soul Six Races. At this moment, the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress only wanted to take the Heavenly Mother's sacred palace away as soon as possible. I cannot accept this. Shen Xiang was now certain that the truly powerful Heavenly Sect and the Supreme Nine Palaces should be at the Universe Divine Sea. After they suffered that calamity, who knows how many people were still alive and how much strength they still had. It has been a while since the Supreme Altar fell into the Heavenly Mother's sacred desolate. But Shin Xiang still did not receive any news about the Supreme Altar. Big Sister Palace Mistress, you should go back quickly. Shin Xiang said, wait for me to refine the medicinal power in my body, then we will set off immediately. The Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress nodded. Then I will take my leave first. Shopkeeper Wu finished speaking, looked at the dismembered corpses on the ground, and said, young Master Shin, you can go to the upper level. Leave this place to me. All right. Shan Xiang left with the Heavenly Mother Palace Mistress and went to the upper level. Shopkeeper Wu did not know Shin Xiang's identity, but he was sure that this divine medicine treasure city had a very important relationship with Shin Xiang. Chapter 4532. Li Minqing felt that Shen Xiang's reminder was a little unnecessary. It was not like she had never seen a big tree before. What was there to be surprised about when a big tree suddenly appeared in the middle of the city, Lord's mansion? Big trees were very common, so Li Minqing did not pay much attention to them. She continued to busy herself with her matters and did not take it to heart. Shen Xiang had already arrived at the ground. He looked at the courtyard. It would definitely be broken through by the big tree from the ground. Little Shen, that should be something at the level of a chaos divine medicine. Grandma Ant was inside the 6 realms mirrors and was also watching through the mirror. She was also very concerned about the growth of the tree. Are you sure it's a chaos divine medicine? Shen Xiang asked. Although I've never seen it before, only a chaos divine medicine can cause such a commotion. Grandma Ant said, Little Shen, you should have read a lot of books about precious medicines during this period of time. Have you ever seen a detailed description of the chaos divine medicine? Shen Xiang had not really seen any records of it. He had also asked some people, such as Wu Mao, but he did not know what the chaos divine medicine was like. As for the chaos divine medicine, the books only gave many alchemist guesses. From this, it could be seen that there were very few people who had obtained the chaos divine medicine, which was why there were no relevant records. There were all sorts of guesses about the chaos divine medicine, so there was no reference value. The chaos divine medicine shouldn't be so high profile. Shen Xiang said, Are you afraid that no one will discover you by making such a big commotion? If the chaos divine medicine is so high profile, it wouldn't be so rare after all these years. Little Shen, don't you understand why the chaos divine medicine is so rare? Grandma Ant chuckled. Think about it carefully. Shen Xiang thought for a while, then his face suddenly changed. Grandma, you mean to say that no one who has seen the chaos divine medicine has survived? They were all killed by the chaos divine medicine? When Shen Xiang thought of this possibility, he was shocked. If the chaos divine medicine was really that powerful, then wouldn't this place be very dangerous? He immediately took out the communication talisman to contact Li Minqing. Aunt Qing, use your fastest speed to evacuate the people in the city, Lord's mansion. After that, open the sealed barrier around the city, Lord's mansion. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Shen Xiang did this because he was worried that something out of his control would happen. Xiaoxin, aren't you going to plant trees? What happened? When Li Minqing heard Shen Xiang's words, she realized that there was danger. But why would this danger come from the city, Lord's mansion? I am planting a tree, but that tree might be a little dangerous. For the sake of safety, I asked you to do this in order to prevent innocent people from dying. Shen Xiang was unable to control the growth of the tree, so it was normal for him to be worried. Li Minqing knew Shen Xiang's strength. If Shen Xiang couldn't control it, it would be very dangerous. Shen Xiang had already released the 6 realms mirrors and communicated with little sister Xiaojing. At that time, if something really happened, he would let her immediately grow the 6 realms mirrors and suppress the big tree. Little Shen, you don't have to be so nervous. No matter how powerful the chaos divine herb was, it still had to survive. This kind of thing has its own intelligence, so it should know how to get along with people. Grandma Ant laughed. Besides, the chaos divine herb is very clear that you are the one who created it, so it will be more obedient. Shen Xiang had previously allowed the 9-leaf blue to evolve, and later on, the destiny spirit grass. These 2 types of precious medicines were more compatible with him. As for the mysterious tree in front of him, he didn't know what would happen in the end. Those who were able to enter the city lord's mansion had all gone through strict selection and had signed very strict soul contracts. Now that they were ordered to retreat, they immediately left the city lord's mansion and waited in the hotel outside. The city lord's mansion was also surrounded by tall and thick city walls. If one wasn't at a high place, they wouldn't be able to see what was going on inside. Now that a large number of people had come out, they had been discovered by some spies. However, They had all taken action to find out the reason. The people who came out of the city lord's mansion could not leak any secrets, so the spies could not find anything. Li Minqing was currently in the Treasure City's Heaven Tower, on the 500th floor, looking at the city lord's mansion. Although this was Shen Xiang's residence, he had also given it to Li Minqing. After all, it was impossible for him to live in such a big place by himself. City Lord, what happened? Where's young Master Shen? Wu Mao, the shopkeeper, immediately rushed over. From his point of view, something big must have happened in the city lord's mansion, which was why he had withdrawn his people. Chapter 45:33. This beam of light was over 2,000 feet tall, and at the top of it was a very large ball of light. At this moment, the entire city was looking at the center of the city lord's mansion. Everyone was attracted by this shocking scene. Everyone wanted to know what was going on in the city lord's mansion. All sorts of spies in the city were thinking of ways to send news back. At the same time, they were also trying to find out what the city lord's mansion was doing. Even Li Minqing did not know what was going on, so those spies would not be able to find anything. In fact, even Xin Xiang did not understand the specific situation, let alone others. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky, causing the earth to tremble. It turned out that the huge ball of light at the top of the beam of light had suddenly exploded, turning into a huge golden umbrella shape, enveloping the sky above the city lord's mansion. At this time, many people could vaguely see that there were many sparkling things inside the umbrella-shaped golden ball of light. It really is a tree. Xin Xiang felt a lot more at ease. At least he had turned into a tree and not a dragon to mess around here. The center of the city, lord's mansion, gradually quietened down as an incomparably huge golden tree appeared. The thick golden tree trunk was covered in golden dragon scales. The top of the tree crown was rapidly growing branches and leaves. The branches also looked like small golden dragons covered in many dragon scales. The leaves were also like huge golden dragon scales. The dragon scales were very beautiful, especially the patterns on the dragon scales. From afar, one could see that they were shining with a golden light, which was very dazzling. It took less than an hour for the huge golden tree to form. Anqing, don't come back for now. I have to confirm if this tree is dangerous. Xin Xiang took out the communication talisman to contact Li Minqing. He was also worried that Li Minqing and the others would be too curious and rush in to take a look. Little Xin, is this tree very dangerous? Do you want me to stay by your side? Li Minqing was more or less worried about Xin Xiang. Wu Mao, who was at the side, was still in shock as he stared at the huge golden tree. Although Li Minqing was also shocked, she had a lot of considerations. For example, would the appearance of this tree cause the Divine Medicine Treasure City to become even more prosperous? With this tree in the Divine Medicine Treasure City, would it be surrounded and attacked by other forces? This was what she had to consider now. Because the Divine Medicine City had the seed of a heavenly treasure divine medicine, and because the heavenly origin terrain here was extremely powerful and rich in heaven and earth energy, many great forces were eyeing this place covetously, causing Li Minqing to be under a lot of pressure. Although Shen Xiang was very strong, Li Minqing was also clear that there were many experts in the Tianmu Sacred Desolate. Shen Xiang was now under the tree. He stood beside the trunk as if he was standing beside a huge mountain. What surprised him was that there was actually a tree hole. He walked in and found that it was very spacious. There was even a passage that led to the heavenly source terrain underground. It's not just a tree, it could be a building. It's amazing. After Xin Xiang entered the tree hole, he exclaimed again and again. As he continued to enter, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Little Sister Mirror, have you noticed? Why do I feel like this is so familiar? Xin Xiang suddenly asked. It's that old granny. Little Sister Xiaojing was also very shocked and said, Big brother, why is she here? The old granny that little sister Xiaojing was talking about was a huge golden tree in the divine forest where Xinxiang was reborn. The voice of the golden tree was the voice of an old granny. She claimed to be the spirit of the divine forest and also the spirit of the laws of the proud universe. But she should be in the proud world. Chapter 4534. The great life soul just wants to leave. As for where it's going, I don't know either. Grandma Tree said, "It's said that everything has been arranged. It can make the world-defying stage universe more stable." Xinxiang suddenly thought of Granny Linglong, who was also a great life soul. Then he suddenly left, saying that he was going to a place, saying that he was summoned there, and even saying that this was the great life soul's mission. Right now, the great life soul of the world-defying stage universe seemed to be the same. It was just that it left a little later than Granny Linglong, or perhaps it had left a long time ago. If the great life soul is not in the world-defying stage universe, what will happen? Xinxiang asked. If it's not here, then the world-defying stage universe will begin to fall into turmoil. However, the overall situation should still be very stable. Grandma Tree said, "I keep having the feeling that the world-defying stage universe has been in turmoil for a long time." Xinxiang curled his lips and said, "Heavenly Mother, sacred wasteland, I feel strange." "Isn't that so?" Grandma Tree laughed, "But, little master, you will definitely be able to handle it." "Grandma Tree, when can this tree bear fruit? What kind of tree is this? If the Heavenly Mother's sacred wasteland is finished, can I take this tree with me?" Xinxiang was still very reluctant to part with this tree. "This is the primal chaos dragon tree. As for whether you can take it away, I don't know either. It will depend on your ability." Grandma Tree said, "So, you should hurry up and become stronger. Chaos treasure medicine seems to be able to kill people. Grandma Tree, do you know how to kill people?" Xinxiang laughed. "If you have a certain amount of fighting strength, then I am not afraid that you will be targeted by others. There are many powerful forces in the Heavenly Mother sacred wasteland. They might come to snatch it. Don't worry. I guarantee that those guys won't even be able to take away a single leaf." Grandma Tree laughed. "This tree is about to bear fruit. Only you can take away the primal chaos dragon fruit. You can rest assured. Little master, you will live in the primal chaos dragon tree from now on. I will protect you well." Grandma Tree said, "You can do that? That's great." Xinxiang was very happy and then immediately felt the benefits of this tree. There was actually a spatial teleportation ability inside, which could teleport him to a very high tree hole where he could see even further. This tree was much taller than the heavenly tower in the treasure city. Xinxiang now preferred the tallest tree hole. Moreover, he could also jump around on the branches. The branches were very large. Even if a giant elephant walked on the branches, it would not cause the branches to tremble in the slightest. Xinxiang communicated with Grandma Tree. She agreed to let the black wood ants eat the leaves of the tree and also agreed to let the black wood ants build nests in the tree. Granny Ant was overjoyed because the leaves of this tree were a great tonic for the mysterious wood ants. The appearance of this tree also caused the heaven and earth energy in the city to become denser. Furthermore, the aura released by the tree drifted throughout the city, causing the medicinal herbs to grow better. In just less than half a day, the land price and housing prices in the divine medicine treasure city had risen. There was also news in the city that the tree was called the primal chaos dragon tree and was a chaos treasure medicine. Xinxiang told this news to Li Minqing and Wu Mao and asked them to spread the news. This was all true and no one doubted it. This was because many people had seen with their own eyes how the tree was born. Furthermore, after the tree appeared, it brought all sorts of benefits to the entire city. What Xinxiang did not expect was that Granny Tree was not polite at all. She allowed the roots of the primal chaos dragon tree to spread everywhere and even started to absorb the terrain of the heavenly ghost city next door. The primal chaos dragon tree took root very deeply and even planned to extract the energy of the Heavenly Mother, Sacred Desolate. Shenxiang had a nagging feeling that the primal chaos dragon tree was not that simple. Even if it was a chaos divine medicine, even if it was refined and modified by him, it should not have mutated like this. The reason why the primal chaos dragon tree had such a scale was definitely because there were other powers supporting it. There was only one possibility. Before the great life spirit left, it gave Granny Tree some power. The people from the city, Lord's Mansion, returned one after another. They were able to get closer to the primal chaos dragon tree and could feel the dense aura of the primal chaos treasure medicine. If we cultivate in this kind of environment, we will be able to break through even faster. Tianyuan raised his head and looked at the giant tree, exclaiming in surprise. He was very clear that this was definitely done by Xinxiang. In order to get closer to the primal chaos dragon tree, even more people would come to the various buildings and shops around the city, Lord's Mansion. As for the land around the city Lord's Mansion, it was directly controlled by the city Lord's Mansion. It was not for sale, at most it was for rent. After that, there were all sorts of talents in the city. Right now, they were all fighting to enter the city Lord's Mansion. They were all undergoing all sorts of tests and were willing to pay a large amount of heavenly source crystal beads. Shenxiang was waiting for the results. Once the primal chaos dragon fruit bore fruit, it would cause another sensation. Anqing, if the primal chaos dragon fruit bears fruit, there might be many big shots from big powers coming. Xinxiang said, "You all have to be vigilant. Don't let them cause trouble in the city."